First of all, it's a flying 200, which is 4.5 laps. Then you spear through the 200 meters to go marker and indeed complete the job. Simple as that. Once you've got our roster of sprint qualifiers sorted out, we'll have a pecking order, and then, of course, we'll have our sprint finals a little bit later on. It's kind of a warm-up, really, for you before we get ourselves fully invested and underway a little bit later on. Now, it looks like Emma Finucane is actually coming around at the moment, but it's supposed to be Sarah Petrkova. I'll get a confirmation for you on that in just a few moments' time. And in fact, it looks like Petrkova. Now, she's giving herself a decent warm-up run right now. She's playing with the top of the velodrome high up on the rail. She'll drop off the banking right now. Pace is just starting to increase ever so slightly. When she indeed is approaching her lap to go, you will hear her launch. There is the bell. This is where she gets the drop in. Ideal would be to spear through about 3/4 of the way. Timing starts now on the 200 marker. And this looks nice and dialed in, actually. Not much lateral movement at all. Keeps it sensible into turns 3 and 4 and stops the clock. 11:78 is the target time so far. Wow, there you have it. Next to warm up will be rider number 3. This is Iona Moore. Silver in the Worlds, of course, in the team sprint. And we'll see how she goes. Just starting her warm-up, just playing with the blue line at the moment. So we have one time on our boards just for now. And it's a kind of a gentle way to get into this. 4.5 laps and then the sudden release from the 200 meter marker. And then complete your time in the best you possibly can. Simple. Yeah, but it's not. You have to spear the geometry of the track almost constantly. And in order to do that effectively, you have to drop in off the banking. Actually use the impetus of the descent onto the back straight, pick yourself back up, and then once the final drop-off is off turn number 4, if you can spear through the start timing line effectively, that will be about the 3/4 margin, which will give you the best introduction into the curve, which takes you to the starting line. I'll see if I can pick it out for you in a few moments' time, just on your limited view here. You might get a much better view, of course, if you come to the velodrome itself. Here we are then, high, wide and handsome. Just 2 laps remaining. The 200-meter timing marker is just approaching you. There it is. That's the line that will start the drive, essentially. If you can possibly hit that as, I would say, where it intersects the red line, then you're going to be perfectly set up to do a drive around the back straights, hold it down tight onto the black line and bring home the shortest line through. Here it is. This is the pace up right now. Here comes the drop off. A little bit high on entry. Let's have a look where she gets in. Perfect. Spears it just under red, down the back straight. This is going to be our fastest time so far. You can be certain of that. Rolling on your screen right now. She's at the halfway mark with the 5.6 and an 11.434. It's our benchmark time just for the time being. Well, we spool through these rather quickly, and if you ever know about 6-day racing, 3-day racing, of course, which is there's the target time then, 11.434, and we will be rolling again very, very soon indeed. Next up will be Alessia Catriona Froster, 8 times a European champion, junior world sprint, and a Kirin champion as well. So she knows how to accelerate. She knows the rises and falls of the track. She also knows how to keenly deliver the last 200 meters. Just think about the finale of a Kirin and just how boxy that generally tends to be. Let's see how she picks it up. Here she is, Froster, just high at the banking at the moment. Probably could be doing a little bit higher. Velodrome running a little bit cool tonight. If it warms up ever so slightly, that will help everybody. There is bad weather around, which means low pressure, which means that we should have some decent quick times today. Let's see, indeed, how they reveal themselves to us, shall we? She has 2 laps to go. It'll be the bell next time by. And then, of course, when she hits the 200 timing line, there it is. That's your marker. That will be her run for home. So essentially 50 meters into the full 250 here. But it is possible to do more than 250, of course. That's the shortest way around this track. She's coming up nicely. This is a very good approach. Let's have a look at how she bisects that line. That's near perfect. Now, if she can hold it up to red, that is fantastic as well. And just goes into the second turn, just looping up slightly above red to get into 3 out of 4. And they think this is going to be slower than the times we've seen so far, and it is an 11.878. So essentially, as predicted, or at least as seen, should we say. Well, it's a beautiful facility, this, of course, a legacy of the London Games in 2012. And right now, we already have our next rider warming up for you. This is Miriam Vecchi. She was twice an under-23 European champion, of course, 16 times a national champion of Italy. 28 years of age now, so I guess coming to that sort of golden time within her physical life at the top. Let's wait and see. 3 to go, so she's taking it reasonably easy at the moment, just introducing herself essentially to the velodrome and everybody else. Crowd's just starting to filter through. Desperate to try and get here on the M25. I've got to tell you my personal experience today. It took me over 3 hours just to get round it today, and that was only half of it, for goodness sake. Right, you can't do this by halves at all. 2 laps to go. Bell next time by, so she will hear that loud and proud and announced for us. She stays up towards the rail, just hits that nicely at height. Now this is where she has to pick up pace. To my mind, 3/4 of a lap is where you need to be. She could do with being a little bit higher for the drop off here to get the maximum out of the banking. Decides not to take that. She's too high on the entry by the looks of it, to me anyway. Down towards black, but she's got a lot of power, knows how to deliver this at home, but can she possibly do it this time by? A 5.5 at the first, at the halfway mark, at the 100 marker, and 11.344. It's our fastest time so far. So even without the geometry being nailed to perfection, she still came through with a more than decent time. And in fact, Vecchi is at the top of our timing screens as we stand at the moment. Well, you lucky people. It's Sophie Capewell who is coming out next. Of course, Olympic gold. In the team sprint, world team sprint as well last year, and in the under-23 Euros. She was, of course, our sprint champion this year and took bronze at the Euros in the Madison as well. Really amazing athlete. It's great to have her here, and we'll see just how dialed in she is as she's just about to start her approach for you right now. And a fetching, I've got to say. Rendition of the Union Jack. This was something that started off, of course, designed by Stella McCartney, beg your pardon, for indeed the London 2012 Games. She gave us the sort of truncated Union flag. I've got to say, I absolutely love the green version of that. I think Mark Cavendish was trying to get hold of the British Racing green version for his collection, having given away rather too cheaply, I think, his own version. He did the same with his HTC High Road kit, I remember. I then saw it a few years later thinking, I wish I'd kept that. I wish they did size continent, then I could get involved. But anyway, down the back straight is Sophie Capewell right now. This is a much better approach. Just look at how high she is up towards the rail. She'll get the drop in here. This should spear around about the 3/4, as she does. And she comes in absolutely beautifully, fully focused. Let's get the first marker at the 100, shall we? Let's have a look. Not busting 5 just yet, but it's not bad at all. Drives this one home, and it's a 10.974. It's our fastest time so far. Well, there you go. Easily through to the sprint final. She's going to be enjoying that, and we love watching her as well. We'll see what the pairings are like a little bit later on, but she is going to have one of the best times. So it'll be 1 versus 6, 2nd versus 5th, 3 and 3rd and 4th will indeed face each other. So you get the idea. The closest matching from the qualifiers will be 3rd and 4th, but the winner versus the slowest from qualifying indeed will sort us out for our progression from that moment on. Good work by Sophie Capewell. Next up, of course, we have Emma Finucane. Well, Emma, 22 years of age, from Carmarthen. Team sprint gold at the Olympic Games, twice a world champion sprinter, silver at the Keirin at the latest World Championships. Let's see how she goes, shall we? This will be impressive, to say the very least. Core strength is really part of her toolbox. It's phenomenal. You just see everything else busy underneath her, but absolutely rock solid, almost hewn out of titanium, you might say. There's going to be no flex in that at all. She comes off at the top of the banking, so she's almost practicing her lines right now. This is not full chat at all, but she wants to know which part of the track geometrically she needs to hit next time by. She's doing it at an entirely different pace, but this is good. So almost shouldering the perspex here, comes around, and it'll be the bell next time by. That safety perspex is a great thing. People used to lean in ever so slightly. I saw a photographer drop a big old lens that bounced down the track during the action. Thankfully, nobody hurt. Meanwhile, she sped it through nicely. She's going to get the drop off nearly perfectly here. She's possibly only about half a metre from the rail before. That is a perfect one, where the white line intersects the red. So that means she drops in with a perfect view of that second corner as she comes out of turn 5. This is 10.817. Well, there you have it. And she's our quickest so far. Emma Finucane has taken the qualifier, which gives her the easier of all of the draws going forward. So, yeah, we'll have those for you a little bit later on. That will come after our men's sprint qualifiers. We then get to the Madison, which is our first of our endurance races a little bit later on. Can't wait for that. It'll be the chase. Should go on for about 12 minutes. 40 laps. I know. How do you deal with 40 laps? Confirmation of the result then. Emma Finucane takes it ahead of Sophie Capewell. Finucane will face off against Profster. Capewell will face Tekova. Vecce will be up against Iona Muir. Oh, there you go. That's how you get the London 3 off and underway. It's great to have your company. My name's Carlton Kirby. If you are hearing us on this live YouTube broadcast, then drop me a line. It's at Carlton Kirby. I was the first of all the global Carlton Kirbys to get the address on X and Blue Sky. So, yeah, drop in, say hello. And, yeah, we might, well, indeed, have a chat. Whoosy Madness has already dropped in from Iowa in the United States. Then again, he's practically the North American president of the fan club, so we'll give him his dues. Time then for us to pick up and start doing a job, and this is Genaway Tang, who's on track at the moment. This is for the men, 4 times a national sprint champion in the United States. Loves the Keirin, he loves team sprinting as well. And yeah, he is really part of the vanguard that we hope will bring more track cycling to the United States and very much put on the sprint program, of course, with the build up to Los Angeles. That is his alma mater. It's what he needs. And right now, he's extremely high. This will be a dialed in run to start us off here for the men. Let us wait and see. Just look at the way he's taking this out of the saddle, getting the power drive on. He's coming into the bell. This announces his lap, and the timing starts right there. A little bit low for my liking. Spits himself up over red. That opens up the corner, but it's not the shortest way through. Technically not possibly where we would hope it to be. And a 10.474 is our opening time for him. We'll see how it stands, shall we? Next up will be the Amac X rider. Don't quite know how to say it, actually. Amac. I don't know. But Harry Ledingham Hall is going to be your man who comes out next. National sprint champion, of course, as you well know. Silver in the team sprint at the Worlds. Bronze at the Europeans as well, also in the team sprint. Just 21 years of age. Makes you jealous. Well, that and the full head of hair, obviously. But anyway, Harry Ledingham Hall, he knows how to deliver this. And it'd be a great way to open your account, for goodness sake. And why not? So he's circulating at the moment. And it looks like he's, well, maybe he's just, I don't know, reintroducing himself to his own consciousness on a day like today. What on earth am I going on about? I don't know. Get used to it. Here we are up towards the rail. About 1.5 meters off the perspex right now. The new perspex guards that have gone in here so that people can't just inadvertently drop something off and bounce down the track. We've seen it too often. Still possible, of course, if you're really motivated, but please don't. Down the back straight then, he's picked it up rather nicely. And in fact, this is a very early introduction to pace. He wants a bit of this, and you can understand why. Bell's rung, drops in. Watch that spear mark between the 200 and the red. He's underneath it, but look how solid he is holding it underneath the red line. Just jinks up ever so slightly above it, just there. Drops into the curve. Let's see how it works for him. Oh, nearly sub 10, a 10.236. That's our benchmark time so far, just edging out our Mr. Tang as it stands at the moment. You can see also we get a little bit of pace here, likewise, a pace recognition for you as well. He's just slowing down at the moment, so we'll try and get the timings for you on the Vitesse, but we're talking 70 kilometers per hour as we stand just for now. Next to warm up for you, having seen Harry, is indeed, this will be Daniele Napolitano, who is coming to the track in a few moments' time. Hasn't quite started himself off just yet, but we shall wait and see. Harry Ledingham Horn is the man who's completed. Getaway Tang is next to get himself off and underway. Speed to beat is a 70.339 kilometers per hour. Danny Napolitano got a bike problem, I'm afraid, just over the far side of the track, and I didn't hear. Then again, I'm struggling at the moment for stadium sound, but normally we hear a pop if indeed he's got himself a puncture, but let's have a look. Maybe it's something a little bit more concerning than that. Looks like it's the chain linkage that he's got a problem with at the moment, so a little bit of a hiatus. It means we might have a move over here, and I think we might get Jan Porishek, who's going to go next while we wait for Daniele Napolitano, to get himself ready to go. So Jan Porishek it is. Seeing how he goes. He replacing Rob Fosterman, who unfortunately not able to make it here. Unwell, I understand. So Jan trying to jimmy up the crowd here. Just 19 years of age, this Czech. Maybe that was just him getting ready for a hay baler. Could happen. Team Street Junior Track Worlds. Major feature there. And indeed, a huge prospect as well is Porishek. Only 19. He's virtually only just stopped delivering newspapers, I think. But at least his round didn't take him long, as you will see in a few moments' time. When he's dealt with the geometry of this track right now, he's putting it in his mind. It's all very well being out there on a crowded track while you're just warming up, shaking out your legs, just making sure that everything is where it needs to be. But you know, essentially, you have to, when you've got the track all to yourself, life gets a little bit more focused, and you want to kind of seek out those little sectors that suit you rather nicely. There's your drop off. Spears down the back of the track. You'll see the 100 marker just below him. That's where we'll be taking our timing screens for, and this is a very, very dialed-in attempt here. He wants a good time. That's the 3/4. That was beautiful. Let's see where he comes in, just under red right now. Is he going to drift above it? Does momentarily, but only the front wheel. Steers himself straight back in, and his time is going to hit you right now, a 10:4:45. There we are. Porishek, second quickest so far. He's busy. So's the track at the moment. Getting himself back up, just slightly out of sequence, is Daniele Napolitano. He just now getting himself up to pace. Had a slight technical issue with the chain linkage at the back. But there we are. He's taking the applause. Rather polite applause. It's filling up in the track centre. Some beers and Not spotted any vol-au-vents yet, but as soon as I do, I'll be ordering a mushroom one. But anyway, that's me. Just around the outside, 3 to go. He's doing a... Well, it looks comfortable rather than focused at the moment, I've got to tell you, for Derny. 22 years of age, the Italian. Replacing, it's another replacement actually, Stefano Moro, unfortunately. So Moro and Forsterman not able to make it here, but you know what, illness can strike at any point. But we've got a very good sprint roster here for you. Matt Richardson's coming out in a short while. Can't wait to see him in action, now representing the United Kingdom, of course, Great Britain, I should say. Nice tracing going on here. And with the doors still opening and closing, this is not the stillest air that we've got, but then again, he's churning it up rather beautifully. Let's see how he delivers this. Napolitano comes in, and let's see how he goes up the back straight. Is he going to get spat over? No, holds it down nicely, but is that accounting for the pace? 5:3:24. Not bad at the first intermediate, but lets it slip. 10:8:49. I'm afraid is going to put him slowest so far. He'll be just underneath Genoe Tang of the United States. Danny very much got the late call here, so it's going to take him a while, I guess, just to settle into the shock of being here at the Lee Valley Velodrome, which of course is magnificent. Pete Mitchell is out on track next. National Sprint champion, don't forget, in what was something of a surprise, but not to Pete or his mum and dad. They've always believed in him. So have we. And he is here now. Why was it such a surprise? Well, he was already at veteran status then, I think 33. He's now 35, of course. But 7 times a Para-World champion, as indeed the pilot. And so he knows how to pace, and indeed, without thinking of somebody else to guide, he's going to help himself. And when that was the case, of course, Matt Rotherham does a great job at that as well, doesn't he? Always enjoy watching him at the sixes. But Pete Mitchell, same kind of vanguard, if you will, just takes himself up to the high line here. This is actually some of the highest setting that I've seen so far. Possibly only about, I would say, 80 centimetres away from the rail here, and even tighter now. So this is his approach. He's out of the saddle, so he gets the extra drive down the back straight. He means this. This is a chance to shine and measure himself against the likes of Matt Richardson. Here he comes. Bell's gone for him. Spears it just above the 3/4. This is near perfect. There you go. Now then, look at him hold it down. Oh, he doesn't even breach red marginally. He does, just as I say it. Right now, what's he got? This should be quick. And it is a 10:2:41. He's in second place behind Harry Ledingham Hall at the moment. Wow, we are as busy as you like right now. 1 to go. And, of course, it's Matt Richardson. This should garner a level of appreciation. Let's hope so, anyway. 25 years of age. Born in Maidstone in Kent. Decided to head down under. Well, he didn't have much choice, actually. His parents took him. But anyway, Olympic silver in the Kieran and the sprint. And Harry Levraisen, his nemesis. But, of course, let's remind ourselves, he is the world record holder at 200 metres. So, this man, who's on track at the moment, let's see what he could do, shall we? He's not going to be breaking the world record here because he did it at altitude in Chile. There we are. I imagine a few of the spicier options on the cuisine menu possibly helped as well in some regard. Well, maybe that's just my mind. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, around he comes, and he will be flying soon. The Flying 200, I absolutely love it. I'm flying solo, by the way, this evening due to a few technical issues, but hopefully I have those ironed out for you tomorrow. Might even get some guests like, I don't know, the great Tony Gibb. Who knows? Meanwhile, flying down the back straight is Matt Richardson. This, once he takes the bell, he knows how to do this, and he almost does it in his sleep. This is highly effective rider. And look at this. Absolutely solid on black. That is the tightest line that we've seen so far. Just spat above red, but only momentarily. Sub 10 easy. 9:5:58. What about that? Absolutely impeccable. Takes the applause from the crowd that's still sort of just taking its coats off, to be honest. at the moment, but that was a great way to open his account. Matt Richardson, 75.329 kilometers per hour. Tells you what you need. We need to find somebody who's going to match Matt Richardson, because at the moment he looks like a bit of a runaway. That was brilliant. Harry Ludingham Horn. It is 1, 2, and 3 with Peter Mitchell rounding out your top 3. And it looks like an all-Britain affair at the moment. Porashek for the Czech Republic, just 0.2 away from a virtual podium within this sprint competition. Getaway Tang on 10.4.74. And Napolitano, who will face Matt Richardson. That is an unenviable task when it comes to the sprint finals a little bit later on. So there you have it. Confirmation, 40 points. These are all assembled, of course, for the sprint title once we get to the end of the London 3. Matt Richardson, Harry Ludingham Hall, Peter Mitchell. That is how it stacks up with a 40, 30, 22, 18, 16s for those at the foot. Well, it's busy, isn't it? What a nice way to start. And it's about to get even livelier. And the reason is we have got women's Madison for you shortly. And that is going to be a chase, possibly about 12 minutes, I'd have thought. We shall see. And we will have a little bit of on-track presentation. So we'll be getting downstairs fairly soon. It'd be nice to hear from Matt Richardson later, once he's got his breath back, as to how that went. Looked effective. Earlier on today, we had the Men's National Derny Championships. Maybe try and get you some results a little bit later on. Well, they've decided to do a lighting Mexican wave here, which for anyone of a nervous disposition, this report may contain some flashing lights, as we've already seen. And so it is that they come to the track. And this is going to be enthralling. It is the women's Madison up next for you. So our first of the endurance events. We have, once we see indeed our entire roster here, some great names who've come to play. Katie Archibald is paired with Sophie Lewis, former national Omnium winner. We have, for the Conolga team, we have Franziska Brauser, of course, of Germany, a very effective rider. Romy Kasper will pair for her. Katie is with Sophie Lewis, as mentioned. Drop Project Brewing Co. have come along here with Francesca Zelva of Italy, the 26-year-old. We have, of course, as well, Robin Clay. She is pairing the Brit, the Italian as well, so in the bright yellow kit of the Drop Project Brewing Company. Endeavour have Megan Barker and Josie Knight. Bronze in the team pursuit at the World Championship, of course. And silver in the sprint, of course, at the Worlds as well for Josie Knight. Josie, twice a world champion, twice a British champion, and 3 times a European champion. So, yeah, we are busy here. World champion team pursuit is from a couple of years ago, Megan Barker, of course. Let us see how they go, shall we? So it's Megan and Josie for Team Endeavour. For the Tread team, it's Colleen Gulick of the United States. Olympian, of course, 34 years of age now. I'm just getting some tags here on our Derny event, which took place a little bit earlier on today. In fact, it's our team introductions at the moment. Something behind the monitor, I can't see it. Yeah. Just to push it up. Just like that would be great if I can just box.
There we go, would that work? Is that going to stay in there?
Oh,
there we go.
Perfect, thank you.
The camera's wobbling, so the monitor's wobbling.
Yeah, this. How do you feel about having the live results from NASA card to NASA the whole time? Because he's switching between the forever.
No, this is the Derny.
This is the Derny from earlier, but have you got the results?
For
The Derny.
no, we haven't done that.
It's separate to us, sorry.
The only reason they've done it is just that it was a free track time they had.
Okay. Do you know how I mute myself to come?
I have no idea on this. I don't know if it'll stay on camera, but let us know.
That is
I
brilliant.
think it comes back on.
Do I just hit refresh?
Just leave it.
It'll do it, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That is amazing.
Are we ready to go with this when they decide we're going? Yeah?
Yeah.
Just check it's actually working, the result website. No, no, not that one. The new one.
All right. Oh, I've got it here, do you want me to do it?
Sometimes you have to wait for it to restart again.
Yeah. What?
I'll look at it tomorrow.
Yeah. No, no problem.
Just need to keep opening the back, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Very bizarre. Yeah, I've been checking it all out.
Not that. Nothing to do with this side. No, it's just a whole.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yes.
Is that right? 3 sprints?
Yeah. 20% and 0.
That's the same apart from the last two final chases.
4 sprints. On Sunday, I got what it like.
Well, to the strains of Big Ben, after our congratulations to the Derny competitors, the National Derny Championships, both men's and women's, it's time for us to engage with the Madison. 40 laps in total. Looking for the intermediate sprints along the way, garnering points, and indeed our total points at the line as well.
So they're going to process like we do.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, up to your sheet. Ignore that. Look at your sheet. Just actually.
So 5, 3, 2 and 1 points at the intermediate sprints as we have them along the way. And here are the teams. Looks like in reverse order, Lizzie Sharp and Grace Lister for full gas cycling. They will be in the kind of blue and white hoops. Izzy Sharp, team pursuit, European champion, of course. And Grace Lister will be her pairing today. There they are at the front, just taking the applause. Next up, just behind them with the sort of plum colour is the Capo Signs. That is for Lana Erbela of Germany, the 22-year-old national team pursuits champion of Germany. Paula Gloning is her partner, 18 years of age, 6 times a champion within Germany in her age group. Those Madison points and team pursuit. We'll see how she goes here. BioRacer in the blue, it's team number 12. Wearing the black numbers is Maya Trucker, great name for a track cyclist. Junior World Scratch champion, under 23 Scratch, a European champion as well. She is with Eliza Rabinishke. She is 20 years of age from Poland. So the Polish pairing are in blue, unusually, I guess you might say. Behind them is Brooks Cycles in the orange. They are from the Netherlands. Julie van der Molen, along with Maaike Brandwacht. We have Marion Poron and Isabella Esguerra for Brookfield Properties in the green. Clemence Chéreau and Caris Lloyd, Franco UK pairing then. Indeed, team number 9 from the Personal Bike Fit in the black jerseys. The blue polka dots of Cinnamon Cafe are Hanna Rugovac and indeed her Czech compatriot Veronika Boronikova. We have Katie Ann Carlton, 18 years of age, 19 I beg your pardon, Brit with Jenny Hall for Abus Helmets, that's in the red, team number 7. Tanner World Champion Jenny Hall. Avius Consulting has got Sina Temmen and Julia Trails. It's a Dutch-German pairing. Tread Racing, which is a blue tunic with white shoulders. That's Colin Gulick and Kimberly Zubris. That is Porton and Iscara, I think you've just seen momentarily. We also have Francesca Selva and Robin Kay for Drop Project Company. They are in the yellow of team number 3. In the royal blue, should we call it that? Well, we may as well, because we've got cycling aristocracy here. Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. Need no introduction, either of them, but what a fantastic pairing that is, and must start here as favourites. Well, Francesca Brauser and Romy Kasper of Colnago will possibly disagree with that. Here through then come the polka dots of Hanna Rugovic, national Madison champion for the Czech Republic, 23 years of age, team number 8. She's wearing the black number 8. Wearing the red number 8 is Veronika Boronikova, Team Pursuit national champion, 6 days of Bremen as well. Took the scratch competition there. Rolling through rather neatly, as mentioned, Abus Helmets. This is Jenny Hall. 6 times a tandem world champion is the 26-year-old Brit. There we are. And indeed a tandem world record holder as well. She's paired with 18-year-old Katie Ann Carlton, also representing Great Britain. Next to come through and introduce themselves down the back straight will be Avis Consulting. Sort of scarlet accents on the sleeves of what looks like RAF blue, doesn't it? Sienna Temmen, 4 national championships going her way. She's only 20 years of age, so all juniors, obviously. And she was junior third took a bronze medal at the elimination race for the juniors, and she is paired with Julia Triels, making a debut, the 21-year-old from the Netherlands. Tread Racing coming through here with Colin Gulick, 9 times the United States national champion, Olympian, of course, the 34-year-old, with a veteran, but also just a huge, huge presence within cycling in the United States and beyond. Kimberly Zubris, 41 years of age, former world number 1 in the Madison. She is for Team Tread with the white shoulders and the blue bodice here. 5 times an elite national champion, Kimberly Zubris. Pleasure to have her here. Then coming through is Endeavour with Megan Barker, bronze in the Team Pursuit of the World Championships. World champion Team Pursuit is, of course, a couple of years ago. Took bronze at the most recent ones, I should say. She with Josie Knight, twice a world champion, twice a British champion, 3 times a European champion. Josie Knight and Megan Barker, that's going to be a hell of a pairing. But Drop Project Brewing here with Francesca Zelva of Italy, pairing with Robin Clay. Got a pro contract with Picnic Post NL, has Robin, just 22 years of age. Loves the Madison. Well, we'll find out, shall we? National track team is Francesca Zelva. Next up, you'll hear a roar here for Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis from the AMAC X team. Everyone getting very animated here. Wearing the black number, Katie Archibald. And indeed, pairing up here with Sophie Lewis. I mean, where do you start with Katie Archibald and everything that she's won? Multiple Olympic, multiple Worlds, European, you name it. It's unbelievable. Use themselves and indeed circulated rather beautifully. It's time for somebody to shoot the pigeon. You'll hear that in a moment. And there it goes. You'll hear it falling into the track centre. It'll be a pie later on. So now, it is 40 laps, so intermediate sprints at every 10th lap. 5, 3, 2 and 1. You have active riders of the pairings at the bottom of your track. You'll have the passive riders who are waiting to drop in and become active on the exchange. So it's essentially a tag team challenge, this one. As indeed are all Madisons, so called because it became hugely popular in the 1920s and 30s in Madison Square Gardens. It was actually first introduced at Alexander Palace. Yeah, there you go. As a form of racing. And with a very busy track, we just hope that everyone manages to exchange safely. It looks like Drop Project are going to be amongst the first to do precisely that in the yellow. No, just missed the exchange there. Keep it nice and safe. And it is indeed Brooks Cycles that goes for it with Van der Molen and Bragenwacht of the Netherlands doing a job. Nice exchange as well for Full Gas Cycling. Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister settling themselves in nicely. They actually look like convicts, I've got to say, in the horizontal stripe. Or maybe that's just Laurel and Hardy. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, Brooks Cycling at the moment with the point. 6 laps to go before we get to our first intermediate sprint. Let us wait and see how this one stacks up, shall we? Got a little bit of a pace about it right now. Everyone has just settled themselves in, and it is a long string. Nobody breaking to try and lap the field, which is possible, and if you do so, you gain 20 laps. You can also pick up intermediate sprints along the way. It is essentially a points race, but with a partner turning it into a Madison. How lovely is that? So they sail through, and at the moment, Van der Molen and Brandwacht are indeed setting absolutely the pace, waiting to see what Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis can do for us. They are just stalking at the moment, midfield as you look at it, and still doing a more than decent job of bringing this in. Can't see any numbers on backs actually at the moment. They are probably graced at the side. Let's have a look. First real push off for a bit of glory, and it's Endeavour that have gone for this. Others Consulting likewise, and in fact it looks like Tiemann may well have broken for the horizon. Let's wait and see. We have the bell this time by, so if our first intermediate sprint will be next. In fact, it's unannounced, so I'm just wondering if we are going to get intermediate sprints. Well, there we are. It's going to be at 20 laps to go, 10 and 0. So I guess, you know, settling in for the first 20, why not? There we go, 20, 10 and 0. And we make a nice exchange. I think there's a few actually thought we were going to have one at 30. I certainly did. I think I possibly accounted for some of the pace. So they pick it back up, and Colnago is with Browser, who pushes on rather nicely and neatly, I think. Team number 1 waiting for that drop-in exchange. Not quite going to get it just yet. And it was Romy Kasper that set the pace. Still searching for each other. This is a nice look to this drop-in here. Good work. That was Cabo Signs with Urbula and Gloning. Doing a good exchange. Abus with Jenny Hall and Katie Ann Carlton also doing a nice exchange as well. Seeing a good, some good calm exchanges at the moment, which is exactly what we want. Brookfield Properties with Mary Portion and indeed Isabella Ekelara. And now the pace is starting to crank up right now. And indeed, their numbers are embedded on their between their shoulder blades, by the way. So I've got to say, that can be disturbed by some long hair. Just in case you want. Good job at Drop Project, very obvious indeed. Just waiting to exchange here with Robin Clay. Just waiting to drop in. Can't quite get to in traffic, I don't think. Just about gets there. And it's Salva that picks up they make the exchange. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Bio Racers, Tracker and Rabinskaya are the ones that are heading proceedings at the moment. Team number 12. Still they come through, doing a nice job of it. Nice little exchange as well for Colnago with Browser and Casper just exchanging tidily. Active at the moment is Browser with the black number 1 between her shoulder blades. Thinking about going for it. That was Grace Lister, the under-23 European Team Pursuit champion. Had a look as if to say, are we going to go for this right now? So 20-10 and at the line are indeed going to be our points. 5, 3, 2 and 1, it should be at 20. And then double points at the line at the end of it. That's standard. Let's wait and see if that is indeed the case. And indeed, we've got a big pickup right now. And Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis don't want to let this go. It is, of course, team number 2. It's Katie Archibald that's waiting to make the exchange. It's done this so effectively with Maddie Leach, of course. Let's see, she does it with Sophie Lewis. An exchange right at the very last, out of turn 4, and they're going to be taking the first points we've got here. 5, 3, 2 and 1. Team 9, it looked like Personal Bike Fit that just about secured that second spot. We'll get confirmation on those points for you in just a few moments' time. This screen went to sleep mode. So waiting for those points assemblies to be confirmed for you in a few moments' time. Still no lap gain just for the moment, but they indeed will come back to us. At the moment, it is Archibald and Lewis with 5 points, Sherrow and Lloyd with 3, Sharp and Lister on 2, and Hall and Carlton are indeed, for the time being, on just the 1 point. But the next next points will come around to you very, very quickly indeed. And for those that have missed out, they need to make amends right now. It happens rather quickly. It's super chase. This only once the gun has been fired, likely to take, I don't know, half a dozen minutes. It seems to spool through extraordinarily quickly. We're almost 50 minutes of racing as the velodrome continues to fill. So does the track centre, as those who... if you want to watch the cycling, by the way, always best from the tribunes. If you get to the track centre, you're going to need a revolving office chair, I think, if you're going to keep in touch with everything. But people seem happy to do it. It is, after all, where the beer is. So, there you go. Fruit juice and milk also available, everybody. Men just getting themselves out of their cabins and get ready to go racing. Women's action on your screens right now, and Colnago picking this one up. It's a nice drop in with Browser just wanting to take over at the front and does so. Browser gets the exchange from Romy Casper, individual pursuit world champion a couple of years ago. And in fact, it's Romy Casper that's active at the moment, team pursuit. Paris-Roubaix Femme went her way. Tour de France Femme stage win in that as well for Romy Casper. So it's a delight to have her here. It was pleasure enough to indeed meet her and the rest of the teams as well at the Women's Tour of Qatar back in the day. Almost desert racing, different feel to tonight. Still looks a bit chilly in the velodrome, not as warm as it can be. Some brave souls with short sleeves. Bell's gone. Sprint next time by. Team number 4, Endeavour Racing with Megan Barker picking this one up to exchange with Josie Knight, potentially down the back straight. But look at the sinuous speed of the Amex, Archibald and Lewis. They've done it again. This one's going to go their way. Can't help themselves but amass points. And it is Katie Archibald herself that takes the 5 points here to add to their tally. That'll be 10 on the board. And in fact, looking moderately uncatchable at the moment. Katie's just a delight to see her in action, but also fabulous to see her just loving her track cycling and being so effective at the Worlds. Archibald Lewis taking the 5 points, Browser and Casper the 3, Barker and Knight the 2, Sherrow and Lloyd, again, just the 1 point. We'll have those factored into the overall tallies. And indeed, Archibald and Lewis on 10 points, 6 clear now. Sherrow and Lloyd is point scored for the first time. In fact, no, the double point scored, I beg your pardon. in their 2 intermediate sprints so far. Big assembly, pick yourselves up, drive into that black line if you possibly can, but the beating of Archibald and Lewis is going to be a big task for the women's endurance competitors. Only 7 laps remaining, so this next one will be double points at the line for the final. So essentially, if Archibald and Lewis were not to score points and another team crept through and scored 10, that would mean that they, finishing on the road, essentially, ahead of Archibald and Lewis, they would be declared the winners. So if you're level on points at the line, whosoever beats the other, indeed is the champion. That's the way of it. We'll be seeing that getting a little bit closer later on. Nice long shot here from Full Gas Cycling. Decides to try and leave the field behind. And in fact, this is a proper bid for it with 4 laps remaining. If you can get yourself up the road, you could pick up 10 points. And Full Gas Cycling would like this. Team number 14, they currently sit in 4th place. They've got 2 points. So if they get a hatful here, they'll be very well set in the women's endurance competition. In fact, nobody's managed to chase them down just yet. 3 laps remaining. It used to be said that only the short tracks you could gain laps, but it's been proven that, I guess, the athletes are more than up for actually lapping the entire field at moments such as this. It's not going to happen with only 2 to go, but she's certainly going to guarantee herself the main body of the points. It'll be the bell next time by, and this is very good work by Grace Lister, under 23 European Team Pursuit champion, British Omnium champion as well. And right now the chase is on. After Brookfield Properties have just lit up. A few others as well. This is Avis. It looks like Teals is on her case. There's your exchange. Bell has rolled on just about everybody. And I think that Full Gas Cycling has got the jump on the field. But indeed, here comes Sophie Lewis trying to make amends. Can't quite do it. Points-wise, they'll be okay. But wow, that is 12 points. A hatful, I think you might say. Decent points scores as well out there for Barker and Knight. Archibald and Lewis picking up 4 points on the final sprint there, taking their tally to 14. The tally for Sharp and Lister should be 12, which means that AMA CX, that's what I'm going to call it, I don't know how to say it, Amash, let's go for that. Archibald and Lewis have taken it on 14, Sharp and Lister on 12, Barker and Knight on 8, Shero and Lloyd on 4. And so they begin to assemble their overall points tally for indeed the endurance competition. Deeper into this fantastic 3-day here in London. You are at the Lee Valley Velodrome. Great to have your company. My name's Carlton Kirby. It's always a pleasure whenever you come to a venue such as this. Purpose-built, almost, well, it's legacy stuff, isn't it, from London 2012. I mean, that was, what, far too long ago. 13 years. I was more handsome. But the surface has borne up rather well. It's done better than I have, to be fair. Don't think actually the surface has been replaced. There is a lot of repairs. And when you start to look for the liquid wood, which has been put into the velodrome, you start to see the scuffs and bruises, most notably in the turns. Where it gets liveliest of all. And off the final turn, gosh, there's an awful lot of scores and scratches there. That was terrific. Really nice to see the women's Madison competition off and underway. Next up will be the men, and we'll have, as the opening day, a royal introduction as well to all of the teams for you in a short while. We shall be chatting to you more fulsomely at that point. And there we are. We have our winners. And we're going to speak to them as well. Katie Archibald with a beaming smile, with Sophie Lewis as well. They indeed have taken the opening chase here. Madison Chase. Men's Madison will be next, and it will be 50 laps, this one. Expect the chase possibly to last around about the same amount of time. A little bit later on, we're going to have Team elimination for you. Standalone. The winner will then be presented upon the track. That will be indeed the endurance races, of course. Then sprint finals we will have for you. Then we go Derny racing, always a joy, never a chore. Then the Kieran with team elimination. More Kieran a little bit later on, finishing off with a sprint competition. And indeed our
In the race, we show the classification, the full classification with their points. This is their accumulated points from the weekend.
What to do with that?
Cry Fox.
Katie and so congratulations! What a way to kick off your London 3-day. Now especially Katie and back to Chile last week. You're absolutely buzzing right now.
Wow, we have quite a roster, I've got to tell you. Multiple world Madison champion Roger Kluger is here, actually. Just contested, actually, the Worlds. Just missed out on a medal, got to say, at the age of 39. He's concerned about it. We are, because we don't want to lose him, quite frankly. More on him in a short while. Let's go through the team, shall we, as they introduced to the crowd. Roy Efting Bloom, multiple world and European champion, taking scratch medals just about absolutely everywhere, the 26-year-old from the Netherlands. He's paired with Callum Twelves, whose mum is actually working for us, which is fantastic. I think she may well have brought the water up. She's certainly done our bookings for the hotels tonight, which is great. 21 years of age is Callum. Junior individual pursuit, silver at the Nationals. And took the Scottish Nationals as well, and the Scratch Championship likewise. Next up, it is the Yellow Polka Dots, Tom Ward and Frank Longstaff. Tom Ward, European swimmer, actually. Would you believe? Superstar at that. But National Madison champion last year. Derny National champion as well in 2022. Tom Ward in the yellow spots. We also have Frank Longstaff, National Madison champion, 25 times, would you believe, UCI Track Worlds. I've completely lost sound. I think I've cut off. If you tell Ruben, I think he's cut me off. I don't think I'm going out to anybody. Jules Hestus. Jules Hestus. It's gone again. Frank van Schaik and Jusmus Willemsen. Oh. Just keeps coming and going, dropping out, and then banging, popping, then feedback, and then something else. 1-2, 1-2. Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson from BioRacer in the blue. In the green, this is Alvaro Navas and Will Gilbank that you are looking at, team number 10. For Brooks Cycles, it's Ross Birrell and Sam Fisher. That's representing Scotland and Wales, I guess you might say. Ex-European Team Pursuit champion in the juniors is Ross Birrell. Sam Fisher, ridden the under-23 of Ghent 6 as well, multiple European Worlds and Junior medals for Sam in the orange. Alvaro Navas and Will Gilbank are in the green. In the black, personal bike fit team number 9, looking at them at the moment. Abus Cycling coming through right now. Lock up your bikes. In the red, Abus Cycling coming through right now. Lock up your bikes. In the red, Will Perrett, former national team pursuit and Madison and Derny champion, for goodness sake. Matt Bostock is with him. National, circuit star, as you well know. Under 23 two pursuit, world and European champion. 28 years of age now, Matt. But yeah, always makes a big noise when it comes to 6-day racing. Avis Consulting through next with that sort of RAF blue-grey. Victor Filutas, 21 times a national champion of Hungary, is with the Dane Oscar Winkler. Returns to the London 3 days, multiple national champion, 25 years of age now. Next up are the sort of purple bodice with white shoulders of Thread Racing, with Will Tidbull, of course, Stratch World Champion. Brilliant, good to see him here. And Josh Charlton, the new individual pursuit World Champion. How nice is that? And the European Individual Pursuit Champion. So Josh Charlton and Will Tidbull, I think possibly the teams to watch. But that's without considering Yuri Havoc. He's 15 times a 6-day superstar world champion in the Madison. A couple of years ago, Yuri Havoc as well. One of the good guys of cycling and a fantastic rider. He was actually paired with Ben Wiggins, I think, last year, who is also here. But this time, Yuri Havoc is paired with Philip Heinen, the Dutchman, 3 times the European bronze in the Eliminator, the points, and indeed the Omnium as well. We have the European champions here, the Drop Project Brewing of Jana Doornbos of the Netherlands with Vincent Hoppeschek. Likewise, European Madison champions, great to see them here. Noah Hobbs and Henry Hobbs. Noah setting sail there 2x2. As you'd expect, with Henry here, European Team Pursuit Champion under 23, 3 times a Junior World Champion is Henry Hobbs, World Junior Individual Pursuit Champion as well. Signed for Visma Lisa bike, they like the look of him, we do too. And here we go, to Colnago with Roger Kluger and Ben Wiggins. Yeah, Ben Wiggins just 20 years of age, but his 3rd 3-day. Can you believe that? Yes, under 23, Team Pursuit European Champion is Ben Wiggins. We're 3rd in the Madison as well. Did the pairs with Havoc, as I mentioned. Roger Kluger needs no introduction. Just have to say, be very scared of him because, of course, he is 3 times a Madison World Champion, 4 times a European Madison Champion, and is here with Ben Wiggins. So the old and the new, as the gun goes. Another pigeon falls into the track centre as it's 39-year-old Roger Kluger, doesn't like to mention it. Ben Wiggins, 20 years of age. So there is a 19-year gap between Ben Wiggins and Roger Kluger in the Colnago team. I think they're going to go brilliantly, team number 1. Let's wait and see. So settle yourselves in. We wait for our sprints. First one comes at... I think possibly 30 laps to go. Will we get an extra sprint in this one? 20-10-0 in this chase. There you go. So we'll have at 20 laps, that gives us 30 laps to warm up, or for somebody to cheekily nip off there, set their stall out, grab themselves a lap. Why not? It's all part of the fun, for goodness sake. Just after 7 p.m. Local time here. All the clocks have changed, but one thing is always a constant, and that is the clock that rolls upon everybody. And we thank our timing friends here who've done a fantastic job of keeping me up to speed. I like to think of it as a lifeboat. They've also provided water, which is really kind. Here we go then. Time to dig yourselves in for what's actually going to get busy now. Team Endeavour already starting to sniff at this, and Yuri Havoc is a man who likes to cause havoc. In fact, he should be Yuri Havoc, shouldn't he? That would be apt. Team Green here at Brookfield Properties with Alvaro Naves of Spain. Multiple times national champion, I've got to say, of Spain is Navas. He's with Will Gilbank of Great Britain. Twice on the podium in the Nationals on the Madison and the Scratch. So good pairing in the green, almost racing green you might say. Time for then somebody to reach out today. 7 laps into this one. Monitoring proceedings, Brooks Cyclers with Ross Birrell. He comes up, the Scot, 22 years of age, former European Team Pursuit champion, junior, and it had to be, didn't it? Let it up, light it up, and go. And somebody had to be tempted here. And Juri Havik had already teed up, but Phil Heinen is, I think, that's going for this. Havik is now the spare rider, just circulating at the top, waiting to drop in. But this is a solid, concerted attempt to gain a lap here. Heinen has done a good pacing job right now. 25 years of age. Juri Havik getting to veteran status now. Suddenly, the warning bells have gone. And indeed, Matt Bostock has set off in hot pursuit. He's going to come straight up and over the top, is he? Yes, he does. Brilliant work from the ABUS team member, Matt Bostock. Superb circuit racer, as you well know, is the 28-year-old. Does a nice exchange here. And Will Perrott is now being thrown into action. And it's a loose alliance that's been formed here by team number 4 and team number 7. They are racing for this right now, the lap gain that is. And indeed, possibly very, very good timing. They're going to come to that juncture where the intermediate sprint might well open itself up for them. Will they just embed? Havik is the kind of rider who can actually just go again. That's the sort of thing he does. It's Phil Heinen at the moment. Younger legs, you might say. Same determination that are just coming around. It's too long to hang back to take the intermediates on your way to gaining a lap. So I think they're going to embed themselves. Now, we ask our question, will we hear the sound of Big Ben over the speakers for the lap gain? I know that in the Amsterdam 6 back in the day, they used to play an enormous foghorn as if a huge ferry was just berthing up in Amsterdam, in the Amsterdam canals. It was a great thing because everyone fully then up to speed as to who was setting the pace. Peloton's just picked up ever so slightly, I should say the bunch, and in fact has started to just make some inroads here. I think they might be holding back for the intermediates. This would be clever stuff. It's a long way to be hung out front to do this, but that is precisely what indeed they are engaged with right now. Perrott and Bostock just exchanging nicely. And it is Will Perrott that comes around the outside. Not Like a Buffalo Girl, that's a different song entirely. But he's got company here. And it is Phil Heinen again. Juri Havik has still not joined the fun, but guess what? Colnago wants to come along for the ride. And Ben Wiggins is charging in, and he is now going to exchange with Roger Kluger himself. And Roger Kluger now just closing gap, made 6 bike lengths, 5 bike lengths. This is the way it goes, 4 bike lengths. And indeed now he's part of a fighting trio. That was a bit of ground rush that Kluger produced there. Really quality athlete. And indeed, it's Phil Heinen now who exchanges with Juri Havik. And so it is the 2 old boys here. This is fantastic. The 2 old boys, I guess it's almost veteran status because Matt Bostock is in here as well. He's the youngster here at 28. Juri Havik at 34 and Roger Kluger at 39. Don't tell Roger I told you. But anyway, makes the exchange right now. That is to get Ben Wiggins into the frame. And indeed, we have not got long before we get to our intermediate sprint now. And are they hanging? I think they might well be hanging for a sprint. Let's wait and see. Still, the peloton not tempted. There's only the bunch, I should say. There's only 1 point up for grabs left on the track for those to push on for. So it might be that they almost crash into the back of this group right now. And I think they've now thought, you know what, 8 laps to go. Let's just take it. We're only leaving them 1 point. Now watch them as well as they embed here. They get their lap gain. That's 20 points that go to each of those 3 teams. Will they start to move their way through the pack? Let's see. Occasionally you get double lap gains being taken, but this is a long game they play. They'll certainly be up for the intermediate sprint in a few moments' time. And in fact, are already well placed to make a noise in that regard in a short while. Round they come, some nice circulation going on. Now, just peel your eyes. They're still towards the back. They have made it in. They've got their lap gain, so only 3 teams now on the lead lap. Not sure whether points are apportioned here at the 3 for laps gained. Should be 20. It's just a whole lap up. Well, you'd take that, wouldn't you? So lap up, lap it up. Why don't you? Here we go then. Time to go for Team 9, the personal bike fit. Moritz Augustine is heading them at the moment. In fact, his teammate, Szujlarski. Been practicing that one. Szujlarski, it is, that just on the point at the moment with full gas cycling. Another great pairing here. It's Ollie Wood, that for Great Britain, that is here, World Team Pursuit Champion. European Scratch Race, multiple world medals, of course. Fantastic. Let us see. Dig themselves in, possibly into a hole. Avis Consulting. This is Filutas and Oscar Winkler making the exchange right now. This is team number 4, I beg your pardon. Yuri Havik and Phil Heinen still going for it with the red helmets. And this is a big question that's being asked. Has anyone else got the answer? And in fact, how much pace have they got? Quick check over the shoulder. Make sure there's a re-injection. Make the exchange just before the line. That was almost cheeky, but I've got to say, I also absolutely loved it. Henry Hobbs it is that comes across the line to take the 5 points. Lap up plus those points. Absolutely brilliant. Don't forget you get competition points at the end of this, indeed, for winning. 5 points then go to Havik and Heinen. Hesters and Wood take the 3. Szujlarski and Augustine the 2. Tidball and Charlton also in the frame here, but only 3 teams have the full lap gain, and Havik and Heinen, amazing. They've got a lap and the 5 points. So they are heading for glory here. Unless, of course, our friend Roger Kluge can do something about it. Let's wait and see. Ben Wiggins is the man that's circulating at the moment. Physically, Ben has really developed. He's a fantastic prospect, of course. You know about his gene pool. Well, what can he do here with Roger Kluge waiting for the drop-in? Roger himself is circulating at the rail right now. You'll possibly pick him up within this corner. There he is, just exiting beyond our graphics as you look at it. And we've got a flyer. Why not? Will Perrott and Matt Bostock have decided to go for it, and it is Perrott that's in action right now. Team 7, Abus. Nice exchange coming up. 5 laps still to go before the intermediate. Now, this could be a clever one. If you put yourself up the road, you get the next intermediate sprint. Then if the pack sit up beyond the sprint, then you can actually get onto the main body of the bunch as declared by the commissaires, and indeed make a big noise for yourself. Nice drop in here from Men in Black. This is the personal bike fit. Szujlarski and Augenstein. They lap down but on 3 points, so they would hope to stay in touch with it in the overall. Down the back straight, still doing a proper job. It's Matt Bostock, and there's your change. Will Perrott back in action, still off the front. Quick glance over the shoulder from Ben Wiggins. Wants to make sure nobody's coming up and over the top of him at the moment, but he's being stalked, and royally so, by Henry Hobbs. Henry Hobbs comes through. In fact, it's Phil Heinen, I beg your pardon, of the Netherlands. And we've got a flyer right now. Team 5 want to join the front as well. Tidball and Josh Charlton don't want to give this away. And it's Will Tidball that might well come through the stand. It does! Brilliant work. Tidball takes it, makes an exchange almost immediately with Josh Charlton, and in fact they're flying right now. Tidball, Charlton take the 5, Perrott, Bostock take the 3, Havik, Heinen 2, Kluge and Wiggins with the 1. Havik and Heinen doing a fantastic job at the moment. They are our glorious leaders, courtesy of a lap gain, sprint 1, and also point scoring yet again. That is fantastic. Lap up plus 7 points. Can it be beaten? Let's see. Kluge and Wiggins are clearly minded to indeed do just that. The purple men have started to light up here. Will Tibble and Josh Charlton starting to strike out. Can't quite just divorce themselves for the time being, and the laps go down. 7 remaining of indeed this course. Lovely exchange down the back straight. Well, I think they're playing my tune. I just wish I could jump, but unfortunately I've done my left cruciate ligament in a bike crash in Bushy Park. I know, who'd have thought? Not the most challenging of rides, but those potholes, they play havoc with your Brompton. It was very inelegant, let's put it that way. My own dispatch, but I am here. Voice is okay. Left knee not so good, but anyway, I'm not looking for sympathy. I could quote Aristotle Onassis in a few moments, but I think we'd be taken off air. If you're watching us on this live YouTube webcast, it's great to have your company. I am flying solo tonight. Hopefully we're going to make amends for that tomorrow on the longer sessions that we will have for you. Got the great Tony Gibb and a few other guests that will be indeed dropping in, hopefully, a little bit later on. For now, I think they're enjoying a beer and a volleyball. Indeed, enjoying it live up front is the man with the black number 1 on his back. That's Roger Kluger. Superstar, Madison man. Knows how to make an exchange. A soft hook is how he once described it to me. Just hang your hand. Let them hook over it. Don't try and grab your partner, but that was a fantastic exchange, and Ben Wiggins is going for it, but he's got a challenge on his hands. This is Matt Bostock that's coming high, wide and handsome around the outside. Ben's responded beautifully. Ben versus Bostock. Oh! Well, in fact, Ben just into 3rd place there. It was Bostock, team number 7, that took it, and it was full gas Ollie Wood that was also in the frame. So Perrett Bostock take the 10 points. Hester's Wood 6, Kluger and Wiggins the 4. And we are done. Bostock and Perrett and Bostock, absolutely outstanding. No, they were on the lead lap. 13 points for them. Team 7 just edging out Havoc and Heinen on 9. Kluger and Wiggins on 5. They all on the lead lap. Best of those that did not gain a lead lap. In 4th place, Hesters and Wood with 9 points. 6 for Tidball and Charlton. And just the 2, that's where our bar set with Szuzlowski and Augustine getting the last of the points that were taken in that Madison chase. We'll have more action and more from me when the Kirins begin. In fact, next up we've got the women's sprint finals. That won't take very long to come to order at all. I'm looking forward to this. Always good to see the sprint pairings. And indeed how those who finished bottom of the Flying 200 actually make amends for themselves. So we'll let the riders settle themselves down, and I'll be back live with you in a short while when we get to our sprint finals. But that was terrific. It's been a busy evening so far. Next up, it will be the sprint finals. Then we will have the Derny podiums from a little earlier. I think we may have already had them, actually. Women's Madison will be the team elimination. And then we get to our sprint finals as promised. So I was a little bit ahead of myself. Here's our winners, Perrett and Bostock. Wonderful to see. Really opened it up, didn't they? Former national team pursuit champion Madison and Derny Will Perrett. Offers up the handshake to Matt Bostock. Just national circuit star, under 23 team pursuit, world and European champion. Brilliant. Took bronze at the team pursuit at the Euros. And the smiles say it all. Aber's happy. Shillings is 20 pence, and sixpence is 2.5p. 22.5p. Come on, That was the old sixpence.
Like get your house back then, wouldn't it?
Tell you what, first time I went for a pint with my dad, it was 18p.
I remember to get the bus from home to the centre of Manchester, for a child was 2 pence.
It was, yeah.
And for an adult was 5 pence.
Will and Matt, you wipe that sweat from your eyes. Congratulations. How good does that feel?
Quite hard, I think. You know, a bit out of breath, but no, it was really nice to win. And although saying that, Matt did all the hard work at the end in that final sprint. It was a long sprint, so it's good to get it.
Got a few words to say about that?
Well, you can do the next one. That's what I'll say.
Wonderful stuff. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you soon. Give them a massive round of applause.
It's sprint time. Katerina against Catriona. Let us see how we go, shall we? The first of our pairings. This is our sprint final, courtesy of, indeed, the opener a wee while ago. So, women's sprinting. And we have... Alessa Catriona Propster against Paterka. Well, nice little bit of circulation we've got right now. It's not as cagey as it could have been. Don't forget, if you do at all get yourself a track stand, you are going to face the walk of the referee. If he catches up to you, you have to go for it. Otherwise, they'll have you straight back and indeed doing it again. Nice pickup here by Paterka. She goes for it. Nice little bit of response as well. Catriona Prosper charges into that air pocket just behind her. She's got the. She's going to get up onto her. I think she might well. Up and over the top. It's going to be tighter than we thought. Oh, it's a photo at the line. And the rider that was making the most pace there was Catriona Prosper. Took the slingshot off the corner and I think might have just pipped Paterka. Did she hold on? We are still waiting. And it is. Prosper takes it. So came high, wide and handsome around the curve. Prosper delivers it. Just gets the edge on Paterka. Absolutely brilliant. Prosper does the job. Patakova of the Czech Republic just missing out. Went long, and indeed that was a fantastic duel, I've got to tell you. And we'll have another one, shall we? Well, it's Iona Muir against Miriam Vecchi. Vecchi, the under-23 European champion, 16 times an Italian champion. Iona Muir, of course, silver at the Worlds in the team sprint with Emma Finucane, of course, and Paris Smith. How fantastic is that? So you would think maybe Iona Muir would have the advantage here, but that's never always a certainty. Muir is in the black Union Jack. I've got to say I rather like it. Miriam Vecchi in the Italian blue, as you'd possibly understand. It's hard to pick between the pair of them, to be honest. They, in this kind of circumstance, you never quite know. And a different form of racing, individual pursuit to team sprinting, individual sprinting to team sprinting. But let's wait and see. They still have 2 laps to go. It'll be the bell next time by. So if you are going to attack, it's now. Just being held in abeyance is Vecchi as we speak. You're waiting for the move that will surely come. Nothing yet. Drifts up towards the rail. She'll try and jink underneath, I think, Vecce if she possibly can, but she's now lost that opportunity and could be taken up to the rail by Iona. Does a good job of exactly that. The bell has rung and still no pace about it, but suddenly it picks up and Muir goes for it. Dropping in will be Vecce, but into that pocket. So she needs to leave herself a little bit of rush room. When does she come up alongside if she can possibly get there? Good power here by Muir. She's holding her off at the moment, but that slingshot that we get here at the Lee Valley Velodrome, and Muir takes it ahead of Vecce. Good stuff. Well, it was a nice sprint, quite even. Not as tight as the opener that we've had. Next up, Sophie Capewell against Emma Finucane. Now, this will be big bragging rights amongst the Brits here. You can be sure of that. Sophie, under 23, European, of course, sprint champion, Olympic gold in the team sprint, the world team sprint likewise, and bronze at the European Madison this year. Up against Emma Finucane, silver in the Kieran World Championships recently. Team sprint gold, of course, at the Olympic Games. Twice a world champion at the sprint. So Emma Finucane should be out and out favourite here in the blue, tracing Sophie Capewell. Let us wait and see who is in the red. Just about to get started for you. Very tight below our commentary position here. We are indeed up in the gods. And away they go. Emma Finucane just with the point right now, and Sophie Capewell just trying to keep her honest. Opening night, by the way, if you're just joining us and thinking, gosh, I've managed to find this. Live YouTube cast of today, the opening night of the London 3. It's going to be quite busy. Tomorrow we have a full schedule for you on Saturday. Earlier session starting at midday, just after midday. And of course we will have as well evening session likewise. And then on Sunday it will be a sort of a midday session that will carry us through to the afternoon. About 1 o'clock we'll be starting. Nice to see a track stand, everyone cheering. There's no walking officials at the moment to try and prevent them from doing it, but always gets a cheer. We occasionally, back in the day, we used to have track stands that could go on for 15 and 20 minutes. And of course it was playing havoc with possible TV schedules, so it was deemed to be unworkable. So now you have to move off from a track stood position in order to keep us to time, and when the referee comes along, you blow a whistle, and if you don't move, then indeed you get a restart, so it's to nobody's advantage. Sophie Capewell is properly stalking at the moment. Emma Finucane believes she's got the power and slams the jaw absolutely shut off turn 4. There's the bell, and Capewell takes the point. Now, Finucane will give herself presumably some rush room here, but doesn't dwell on that aero assist. She'll try and come up. She's very close at hand. Comes up over the top, but good response by Sophie Capewell as well. This is going to be very tight at the line, possibly. It's 3/4 of a bike in the end. Uncomplicated. Sophie Capewell takes it ahead of Emma Finucane. Late charging there, but a good contest in this sprint finale here. Will it appear, or do I need to refresh, or will it just appear?
Come to your session.
So there it is. Sophie Capewell takes it. Emma Finucane points as they are assembled. 35 go to Finucane, 35 also for Capewell, 22s for Muir and Vecce, and 14s indeed for Proster and Pedakova. which we have an eliminator. Used to be called the Devil Take the Hindmost. Well, those days are gone, but the name probably has already passed away along with the old sixpence. 2.5p. That was all it was worth. Meanwhile, we pick ourselves up and we start to take on our eliminator. Well, this is going to be a fascinating one. This is where we split the teams essentially to allow us the luxury almost of appreciating what is on offer. You can't do everything. And so it is that we'll get our elimination. In fact, it's a team elimination, this one, which is an unusual concept. So you'll have active riders, so it's part of the Madison competition. Team elimination. You have slingshots plus an eliminator. This could get to be an absolute nightmare. It's a difficult one because not only are you wrestling at each of the intermediate sprints, which come every other lap, you get trimmed off the back of an eliminator, don't forget. It's the devil, and you've got to account for riders being exchanged as well. So it's an extraordinarily busy track. There's going to be 28 riders out there, some of whom are active, some of whom are waiting to be thrown in. And who'd be a commissaire at a moment like this? They're still allowing them to circulate for the time being. They'll give them a 3-lap intro, then they'll shoot the pigeon, and then we'll be off and underway. So the eliminator is starting with the Stardust pistol and goes right now. They'll give them no more time. And so when you hear the bell, next time by, somebody will be trimmed off the back. You get the idea. You know what an eliminator is? Well, this is a Madison Devil right now. They're giving them a little bit more time to settle themselves in before, in fact, we get our bell declared. And from that moment on, every other lap, it will be elimination time. So they get the bell this time. Here they come. Round the outside, Brookfield Properties team it is that's out the front at the moment. So Murray Poton. And some just want to be in clear air. Hanging at the back, though, is where indeed the danger point is. And the danger right now is on Drop Project Brewing Company. They could possibly get up here if they're clever. Oh, bottom of the track. Team 7, I'm afraid. Abus helmets are indeed going to be trimmed out of this one. That did not look good, and they are gone. That is Jenny Hall and Katie Ann Carlton are out of this. And in fact, because it is a Madison eliminator, there's a little bit more time between each of the intermediate sprints. But here we go. I guess it gives chance for the 2 riders to clear the field as well. Here comes the bell. Next time by, a team is going to be trimmed out of this one. We've already lost one team. That was Abus Helmets, who is going to be lost this time by. And way off the back is Drop Project Brewing, I'm afraid. They're not going to make it up. The bell is already rung, and they're going to get trimmed off. That's a wide... Ooh! You know what? I've got a feeling that that went the way of Cinnamon Cafe. I'm afraid Rugovic and Bornikova have gone, and they will have been surprised by that. It was a very late mugging. Got to tell you as well that the team that did it, Drop Project Brewing Company, are now not going to make the same mistake again. Just about got away with that, now powering their way back into contention, trying to stay safe. Brookfield Properties are on the bubble at the moment as we get the bell here. In fact, it's not Brookfield Properties. It's a little bit further back. Let's have a look. Still got active riders here with Drop Brewing. And are they going to get up here? Drop Brewing is suddenly going to find a rider underneath them. Drop Brewing it is that go. Selva and Clay, unfortunately, they get trimmed off and are now declared playing with fire, I've got to say, is not what you want. Meanwhile, we roll on. The exchange riders doing their job. Brook Cycles with Van der Molen and indeed Brandwacht also exchanging in here. Good change by Bio Racer, but have they indeed done enough? Bell goes now. Watch the bright orange of Brook Cycling. They're trimmed off the back and they're in trouble. And in fact, it's going to be an easy one for the commissaires by the looks of things. Looking like they're running out of resources just now. And it is Maaike Brandvacht, the 28-year-old Netherlands rider, who is trimmed off right now. Two laps to go. Bell next time by to our next intermediate. Nice exchange there by the Bio Racer crew. And looking at the back here, just seeing who is still active. And haven't really mentioned Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis yet. Might well have to do so in a short while, but it's the purple of the Tread Racing crew that are looking like they are struggling. In fact, it's Capo Signs, I beg your pardon, out the back. Capo Signs with nowhere to go. Some loose riders as well, just hovering at the bottom. And Team 13 have gone. Urbula and Gloning. Well, it's a lot thinner on the track right now, I've got to tell you. Some of the exchanged riders need to get themselves clear a little bit faster. You pick your time, of course. Bio Racer, they've been struggling at the back for quite some time. That's Thread Racing with Gulick and Zubris just trying to come through. Haven't heard the bell just yet. Here it comes. Thread Racing Team 5, they're in trouble at the moment, but Bio Racer just sailing away from them, locked down at the bottom. This is where you do not want to be, and it could be a big scalp here. Let's see if there's any way through. Let's have a look. Oh, that didn't look good at all. And Team 9, Personal Bike Fit with Clemenceau Chéreau and Caris Lloyd have gone. Not good. That was a lockdown. Possibly a little bit of tactics now starting to play its hand. And Chéreau and Lloyd take an exit. Finally realizing that they have gone. Those that are slowing down. Oh, and in fact, we've got some real slowers right now. This is Endeavour, I believe, that look like they may well be in a bit of trouble. Way trimmed off the back. Megan Barker and Josie Knight, uncharacteristically, possibly saving some energy for a little bit later on. And indeed, they're going to take their exit, take their bow right now. Preserve yourself. Team 4, it's Endeavour Racing with Megan Barker and Josie Knight. To be fair, they've been very busy. Yes, individual pursuit at the Worlds for Josie Knight. And, of course, team pursuit, Megan Barker. Right. Still they go. And Bio Racer is in trouble here. Bio Racing Team, Tracker and Brabashinska. They make amends for it, just come up over the top. And the team that is in trouble here right now, stuck at the back. Oh, and as I say it, you know, Colnago don't look happy. Can they possibly be tagged? Keep your eyes peeled. And it is the Thread team of Colin Gulick and Kimberly Zubris who have gone. And it was Gulick, I'm afraid, of the United States that just got tagged there.
We've still got 6 teams left, so where's the 6th team?
We've got 5 teams racing.
Yeah, no, but we've actually got 14 teams starting.
We've had 8 teams out, and there's 14 teams, so we should have 6 left. So where's the other one?
Who's left in now? There, can we get it's going to be one.
So you've got 1 14.
And still we go, and it is Bio Racer with Tracker and Robinskaya that have... Oh, and they just pick up. They go past Brookfield Properties. Brookfield Properties off the back as it stands at the moment. No other active riders apparent to us anyway at the moment. So 5 teams, and it looks like we are going to lose Brookfield Properties of Portion and Escalada. Team 10, Brookfield Properties. Marie Porton and Isabella Escalara have gone. 4 teams remain then. Nice exchange.
Took a 4-4, are we saying?
Yes. So take 10 and 5 up. Spread it. 10, 5 and 4.
Good work. They're starting to. This looks like a 4-up sprint that we're dealing with at the moment. Full gas cycling it is that decide they don't want to play this game. They want to be more certain and not start to get into a lockdown scenario. Izzy Sharp it is that's doing the pacing. Also good work here by Katie Archibald down the back straight. Characteristically very aggressive when she needs to be. And this is going to be tighter than perhaps anyone thought, and it is BioRacer, Tracker and Rabinskaya that go, leaving 3 remaining. Full gas cycling, Team 14 doing a fantastic job here. Colnago and Amaksh as well. Amaksh in the blue. Katie Archibald exchanging with Sophie Lewis. Sophie Lewis with the red number 2 now, just taking the head. Red Grace Lister for full gas cycling in the stripes here. Indeed, the red of Romy Kasper of Colnago at the back. In fact, it's Franziska Brauser who is waiting to exchange with Kasper. Fresh legs then on the bell here. Let's have a look, see what Kasper can do. She's going to come up and around the outside. She's going to try and get the better here of Grace Lister around the outside. Is she going to get there? Yes, she does. Grace Lister and Full Gas Cycling have gone, leaving 2 remaining then in this eliminator. Sophie Lewis it is that's about to exchange with Katie Archibald, who drops in here, forcing their opponent just to drift out ever so slightly. And it is Katie Archibald's crowd favourite, of course, just plying a trade with Romy Kasper. It's taken up the track, so this is essentially turns into an individual sprint right now. Sprint racing for the last 2 in a team eliminator. Takes her to the rail, sails around. Oh, can't find any room here, Romy Kasper. Tried. Katie Archibald aggressively bagsying that spot. She's going to sail away here, and Kasper pulls the pin. Says, thank you very much. If you want it that much, you can have it. And Katie Archibald, well, ever the predator, helps herself, gets the cheer from an enthusiastic crowd here. Many of those who would have been in the tribunes are down, just enjoying some evening refreshments here. Katie Archibald takes the applause. Another job well done. Archibald and Lewis, they really have early doors in the Madison competition. Done a fantastic job. There'll be a Derny race a little bit later on where we split the teams. They all get a chance to do it over the 3, of course, but that will be an interesting one. Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis have just taken the Madison Team Eliminator. Archibald then and Lewis now with a fantastic lead, 60 points in the Madison competition. That's 13 clear of Sharp and Lister, who of course went very well. There we are. That is how the overall assembly works for you. I think that should be women's general classification, but yeah, Katie Archibald and Lewis with 60 points, Sharp and Lister on 47, Browser and Kasper 41. Oh, is that a platter? Can I just have some Smarties while I'm at it? Thank you.
I've sorted out.
Huh?
Sorted that.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
Oh, brilliant.
Some of these.
Oh, right, okay.
Any of those? Well, there's,
And is there anything in that? What's in that? What's in this? Yeah, I'll have one of those as well. And what's in there?
So we are going to do a men's elimination later on this evening.
And here we are again. I mean, this is setting a trend, definitely, isn't it now, girls?
It makes me nervous, you know, we've got a long 3 days, and you want to be
So, do you reckon you have peaked too soon? Oh, I sure hope not. I'll give it everything. 3 days. 3 more days, oh, 2 days more to go. Well, congratulations, well done. Time to have a little chill.
So to the men's sprint finals, Tang versus Napolitano from the qualifiers.
He called Team 11 and it didn't come out. So they came round again and he called Team 11 to get them out. It was interpreted as he called them twice. That's actually what happened. No, absolutely not.
Because some chiefs will say call them again, and some chiefs will say you stay quiet until we decide what we're doing next.
Nice pick up of the pace here by Genaway Tang of the United States, 4 times the national sprint champion. Daniele Napolitano late here, replacing Stefano Moro, but may well have warmed to the task. Let's wait and see. He's got the charging room at the moment. Can he use that aero pocket to actually deliver something? And it looks like he's got some pace about him. Good response here from Genaway Tang, though. He should be able to hold this position off the curve. Let's have a look as we come up to the line, half a bike in it in the end, and Genaway Tang it is. That will place 5th in today's sprint competition. The bottom 2 from the 200 qualifiers a little bit earlier on, duking out for positions 5 and 6. 6 sprinters, of course, for the men's competition, 6 for the women's competition as well. Next up, Porishek against Peter Mitchell. Porishek, Team Sprint Junior Track World Champion. And indeed, he replaces Robert Forsterman. Only 19 years of age, this junior from the Czech Republic. So watch him. Remember, Jan Porishek. He will be in your mind, I'm sure, demanding to be there. And this is a real battle of the ages here because we've got 35-year-old Pete Mitchell against the 19-year-old Jan Porishek. Pete Mitchell, the national sprint champion from 2024. 7 times a para world champion pilot. Well, he's doing it for himself right now, and this would be to finish in 3rd place. One would imagine he'll have the holding of Jan Porishek in his mind. Man who replaced Rob Forsterman, who was known as Quadzilla, as you well know. Phenomenal, but yet sadly unwell, couldn't make it. And we got ourselves a track stand, which is rather lovely. The crowd are going to appreciate this, surely. Haven't actually come to a stop just yet, but close enough to it. And it is Pete Mitchell that just drops off the banking down to the Côte d'Azur. And it's Jan Porishek who is tracing him just for the time being. Porishek drops underneath. Pete Mitchell happily to let him be there. Haven't heard the bell just yet. It'll be next time by. And that's the sort of margin that Pete Mitchell would actually like on Porishek. It was a bit of an unknown quantity at 19 years of age. Let's have a look. Pete Mitchell's going to get the drop down here. Gets a real drive, and he's almost going to overtake him at the 200. There he goes, down the back straight. And Pete Mitchell, this is emphatic, but a good response here by Porishek, and it's not all over just yet. To the line. Woo! Nice work. Pete Mitchell takes it. So, age over beauty, you might say. Pete Mitchell, 35 years of age, beats Jan Porishek, 19 years of age. But it was close. And so, next up, our final pairing. This is Harry Leningham Hall, silver in the team sprint at the Worlds, bronze at the European team sprint as well. National sprint champion, we remind you, is Harry Leningham Hall. 21 years of age. Well, he's up against Matt Richardson. Now, even Harry Livraisen himself doesn't like facing Matt Richardson. So Matt Richardson, just known as Matthew. It's like maybe he's a saint. I don't know. But yeah, Matthew Richardson. Yeah, fantastic. He's the Olympic silver in the keirin and the sprint, against, of course, Harry Livraisen himself. World record holder, we remind you, at the flying 200. So if Matt Richardson has got the bit between his teeth, he will want, I am certain, to have a dig here. Let us wait and see. And away up on the outside goes Matt Richardson. He's waiting to try and tempt Harry Lincoln Hall into the inside. Drops down Richardson. Shoulder edge going on here. Great rivalry between these pairs. This is fantastic. Very much the long way round here for Matt Richardson. Heads up towards the blue line. Should have the power to deliver this. Harry Lincoln Hall, though, is not going to. He's got the shortest route through. It's going to be a photo between the two of them. But in the end, Matt Richardson it is that takes it. Well, the man from Maidstone who took a long trip down under is back. Looks terrific. Matt Richardson then coming through and indeed winning this best of those who qualified a little bit earlier. If you were with us, you'd have seen it. Next up, we got a Derny for you. The men's Madison Derny as well. But just a selection of them, of course, you understand. Other great Dernymen have made the trip here. Well, the Dernyman, it's nice to see the proper mechanical Dernies as well being introduced to us. These machines, of course, emanating from the 1930s, have to be moderated, of course, by the pedaling action themselves. They sit bolt upright just to offer up a little bit of aero assist to those who are travelling behind them. And they will indeed get the riders out soon to drop in and indeed form up into formation. Only one from each of our teams, each of our endurance racers will be engaged. In this, they all get a chance at it. So on another day, you'll see indeed this duty swap around. And it is a mixture of red and black numbers. So Roger Kluger, wearing black, will come out for Colnago. He's going to take it on first. Meanwhile, for example, red number 8, Jamie Witcher, is for the Cinnamon Cafe boys in the polka dots, waiting to assemble. Now, this is no respecter of indeed history, this event. You can get some ill fortune. You can get a Dernyman who's not quite as tuned in, if you like, to his pairing. And as a result, the balance, that symbiotic relationship that is oh so important, can indeed occasionally be missing. So let's wait and see. Round come the Dernies. They're getting themselves nice and up to pace. A whole raft of well-known Dernymen are indeed here. I'd love to have a full roster for you, but you will get that in a short while. Yeah, these guys, often Derny racers themselves, who then have taken a step forward, if you will, and gone on to the Derny's themselves. Designed in the 1930s, only two-stroke machines, and indeed, as a result, they burn oil as well as fuel. And there's very much a particular smell to a Derny race that I'm very fond of. But these days they're being gradually, slowly but surely, replaced by electric Dernies, or as I like to call them, Ernies. And I think there's something missing with that, I'm afraid. Peter Beline is here. Well, that's great to see. One of the great Dernymen. Well, let us wait and see, shall we? I think he might be guiding Roger Kluger this evening. That's possibly what he's asked for. So the Dernies get themselves into draw order. They will then drop in once the riders are up to speed and pair up, and then we go racing. 40 laps, but it will be over before you know it. This is always an extremely dynamic indeed race. Let's wait and see where they go, and just dropping in right now. Derny, no reflection indeed on the numbers that the riders have on their back. So team 16 here picked up by Derny number 5, etc. You get the idea. So the Dernies keep there. They're all paired up nicely actually. Save indeed, we're just waiting for one more. Cinnamon Cafe, just about to be picked up right now. So Roger Kluger is indeed with Peter Beline in the yellow Derny. Always great to see. Peter Beline with a very distinctive gait. He puts his knees right out as if to accommodate a butcher's delivery wicker basket on the front of his bike, I think. But Roger Kluger, I mean, Beline and Kluger, how fantastic is that? Heinen and Herman Bakker is here. Eric Schoffs is with Josh Charlton. Tony Cassidy is with Jamie Witcher. We have Karsten Strassmann. He is with Wojciech Szujalowski. Christian Dagnoni is with Keegan Hornblow. Ron Zylard, gosh, the doctor is here, with indeed Julius Velsman. And we have Mario Van Hoff, there we are, with Callum Twelves. Get yourselves ready. My money is on Kluger and Beline. And we are underway and we are racing. Well, we're waiting for, well, we're assembled. we are waiting for the official, in fact, we are already racing. I missed the crack of the pistol. Apologies for that. And early doors, good to see. A reach for it. Well, I've got to say, watch out for Kluger and Beline. Beline is very, very much renowned as being somebody who goes for a very late push. Capo Signs at the moment are the ones out front. Team 13, so it's Julius Willemsen who is on the point right now. Willemsen with the very experienced Ron Zylard is out there and is clearly happy, indeed, by the pace that he is setting. Occasionally you get a breakdown where a rider can't keep up with his Dernyman. No roller on the back that you get in stayer racing, which I absolutely love. But just very close at hand to the rear mud guard, as you can see, as if we've got any mud here. What do you call it, a dust guard? I don't know. Go figure. Still, they ply their trade, and it's Phil Heinen and Herman Bakker that are just a team, just in second place. Back attack. You can wait for one of those. Josh Charlton has got Eric Schroefs, which is Derny number 6 at the moment. Schroefs doing a fantastic job and in fact pacing himself nicely. Kluger hasn't called for action just yet. Looks like he's about to crash into the back wheel of Peter Beline. He'll be asking for it shortly. Meanwhile, Plum last and at the back, not in an overly happy place. Team number 8 at the moment, Jamie Witcher and Tony Cassidy. Still, they do a good job, but the field is split in 2 at the moment, and still the drive goes on with Ron Zylard really extending himself out front. Zylard doing a fabulous job. holding station just for now, and a lot of work still to be done by Roger Kluger and Peter Berline. But as I mentioned, we've still got plenty of laps to go here by Team 13, Julius Wilsman and Ron Zylard. Zylard seems to be happy to just take that position. Hermann Bakker, the back attack with Philipp Heinen on his wheel. And here we go. First big move of that front group. No response yet from Peter Berline on the yellow Derny just for the time being. But riding up there towards the blue line, doing a fantastic job as we speak. Team Berline, Personal Bike Fit are on it here. At least I think it's them. We'll have a check for you. This is Karsten Strassmann who has decided to pick it up. Indeed, it is they. Strassmann goes for it with Szujalarski on his case, and they're being held out there, which is rather clever riding at the moment by Wilmsen and Ron Zylard. Zylard doing the driving, just holding that red line. So giving up the ghost just for now, just biding their time, dropping back down. Still no move from Peter Berline. Well, we've seen him do this in the past on the yellow Derny. Roger Kluger, 39 years of age, doesn't want me to mention it, so I won't. He's in that second split, but look at the gap. It's starting to close, and Peter Berline has picked it up. Kluger is now calling for action. He's staying safe, I think you might say. How safe out front is Wilmsen and Zylard? That's the big question. Being charged into right now, 19 laps to go. Peter Berline picks it up. The yellow Derny with Roger Kluger on his back wheel is coming. As it stands right now, though, Team 13 with Team 9 followed by Team 4. Team 4 with Heinen and Bakker. Team 13 with Willemsen and Zylard. They're in the vanguard, but for how much longer? That's the big question. We're looking further back, still waiting for Berline to make a move. Hasn't done so, but the gap has now, I reckon, just about lost about a third of its margin at its maximum. So here he comes, and he's on a charge, and he's doing a fantastic job. Little breakaway going off up the front. This is good to see. It is Willemsen with Ron Zylard. Well, they've headed the field for the entire race so far. Meanwhile, Berline and Kluger are just about to make contact with that front group. Everyone just rebunching behind Team 13 with Willemsen and Zylard doing a fantastic job up towards the blue line. Dips back down. No, they're holding margin, but here comes the big moves from behind, and this is good to see. Oh, now then, big move coming almost immediately from team number 12 here. It's Hornblow and Dagnoni. Dagnoni it is that gets a real drive here, and here comes Peter Berline up and around the outside, wider than anybody at all, with Roger Kluger on his case, 13 laps to go. Has he paced it absolutely brilliant? And that is the big question. Into fifth place at the moment. Berline and Kluger on the blue line. They're going to take fourth spot in a few moments' time. Everyone else perhaps just starting to tire. They've kept their powder dry. And right now, it's countdown to the big one. There's going to be an explosion here, I feel certain, for others. But what about Roger Kluger? Riding brilliantly on the back wheel of Berline, who now comes up to P3. From being third from the back, he's now third from the front. This could be an exceptional finale here, and it could be three high, wide, and handsome side by side. Three wide, three pairings wide, I should say. Six involved, of course, but what a balance we've got. And Peter Berline has got a massive aero wall in front of him that's being punched, as you can see, and he's got Kluger, does a double check just to make sure he stays with him. Jinks up almost into the air, goes up and above the blue line right now. Do you want to do the overtaking? Kluger says, yes, thank you very much. He comes up around the outside. This is brilliant. Berline here doing a super job of guiding Kluger, who's called for pace. He's got it here as well. He's staying in position with 8 laps to go. Is he going to make a runaway, or is he going to hold station just for now? He'll be held up there. You can be sure they want to force him to make the widest run he possibly is meant to do. Can't do it just now. Around the outside he comes. Brilliant work. Berline is now in the lead. Super work by him. Berline with Kluger on his back wheel. Excellent work. And it's Team 13 now that have to take second spot for the first time in this race. But here's the response. It's almost immediate. Absolutely brilliant. Berline still cannot drop in front of Team 13 with Willemsen and Zylard doing a brilliant job here. Super work. Now Berline just starting to fade. Kluger's out of it, and there's a latecomer to the party as well. Team 4 with Heinen and Bakker They want to take it, and indeed they just sprint away. Berline makes a response, but he's dropped Kluger. Kluger's off his back wheel. He has to back out of it just a little bit to recollect Kluger. This is fantastic. Berline and Kluger for the first time, a separation out there, and Berline goes again. So Kluger says, I'm not finished yet. I've still got something left in the tank. Team 5 coming up for this as well with Josh Charlton and Eric Schoofs. Schoofs is a fantastic lager. It's very, very strong. Can go flat on occasion, but right now it's fizzing. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, out front doing a job for us is Team 4 right now with team number 1 on their case, traced by Team 5 and 2 laps to go. It'll be the bell next time by. Watch Berline and Kluger. Team 13 has faded, I'm afraid, right out of this one, but as it stands, Heinen and Bakker have got the bird seat. It's a lock-in as well with Josh Charlton and Schoofs just up and around the outside of Kluger and Berline. I don't think they're going to make it way back. The bell's already gone. This is fantastic. This could well be an absolutely superb steal at the very last. Charlton and Schoofs going for it. Oh, they do it at the line. Absolutely outstanding. What a late surge that was. Nothing that Berline and Kluger could do about that. That was a piece of class. Wow, we loved that. What a spectacular piece of racing that was. Riders spread across the pitch here.
5-4-1, 13-12.
And there it is, acclamation of the crowd. Eric Schoofs and indeed Josh Charlton delivering.
So 5-4-1, 13.
What a spectacular pairing that was. They really left it until exactly the right moment. Eric Schoofs doing a job with Josh Charlton. We love that. Josh Charlton takes it with Hill Hyman, Roger Kluger in third place, Josh Williamson, Keegan Hornblower, Callum Twelves, Jamie Witcher, and indeed Wojciech Szyzalowski. Well, Havoc and Highland still leading the endurance competition in the men's general classification, 40 points. Kluger and Wiggins on 32, Perrott and Bostock on 30. They all a lap clear of the field. Tidball and Charlton on 38, nearest to them after that addition of points.
No idea.
So there is only one, like it's Emma, and then it's Matt, and that's it.
Oh, right, yeah, Emma first.
Well done.
Are we ready by Trevor decided to do it? With the journey. Apparently the journey will stay high and they will drop in. So I'm just going to step back and let you do your thing and you're not getting in the way of that. Because I know when that's the right thing.
It's like trick or treat night, isn't it? This for you?
Yes.
He turns the lights at randomness and that.
I'll bring some sandwiches with me tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So why is that Emma? Actually, yeah.
Well, it had to happen. We are going for a world record attempt. Well, to do that, they have to close all of the doors, put the temperature up, and indeed hope that everybody will just keep it nice and sensible. Flying world record. Do you have the record on screen?
There isn't one.
There is.
It's a setting a record.
No, there is a.
It's not a world record. It
Oh,
can't be.
because it doesn't count.
Record attempt for this event.
Well, the world record holder for the flying 200 is Matt Richardson, set in Chile. So let's wait and see if he can beat his own world record, shall we? Here we go. Flying 200 world record attempt right now by Matt Richardson. Set it at altitude. Let's see what time he can set here. I cannot imagine that he's going to get close to beating it. But here's your flight. There it is. It starts right now. A rolling clock for you. Powering down the outside. I imagine he's going to have a couple of goes at this over the weekend. Could he possibly do something spectacular right now? Oh, a 10.306. Not going to get there. He has to get into the nines if he was going to set that record. But nice to have that feature here as well. Well, the world record mark is an 8.857 held by Matt Richardson. Didn't get anywhere near that today, but then again, he's been busy. There is a world record.
Yeah, but
He held it and he broke it in Konya in Turkey.
paste, though.
Even so, it's from there. So.
Yeah, true.
Well, having another go. Setting Konya in Turkey, Matt Richardson on the 14th of August set a time of 8.941 seconds. He then indeed broke it himself a day later on the 15th of August this year. And so he's not finished yet. He's going to have another lead in by a journey. This is essentially auto assist that we're looking at right now. So for how much this will count, we wait and see. Right now, his target time, if he wants it, I think if he busts 9 seconds or gets into the 9-second margins, that would be great. He would have to break 9 seconds to get into the 8s. The only rider ever to do it, by the way, 8.941 for Matt Richardson in Konya in Turkey on the 14th of August, and then bettered his own record the next day with an 8.857. Crowd are up for it. But if you want to break, whoa, he's fast. That was enormous. This is going to be big. Very big indeed. Let's see how close he gets to it. Line is beckoning here. Oh, 9.279. And just to put this into perspective for you, that would have been the world record in 2019, the day before the 6th of September. So there you are. That is how it's been trimmed. Nicholas Paul set 9.1 world record in Bolivia. Paris, France, guess who? Matt Richardson set it for Australia with a 9.091. Harry Livraisen then broke that in Paris the same day. And so, of course, Matt Richardson, now that he rides for Great Britain, a year later, decides to go out into Konya in Turkey, did it, set the world record at an 8.941. Still not quite there, but that was a good double effort. I'm actually wondering if this is going to be a feature of some other evenings for you. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I'm loving it, to be honest, but it's really tough, really hard racing, so I just need to get my breath back a bit.
We'll leave you alone now, Matthew. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations for the world record!
Let's review this invoice. 2 extra lines put in, Alex.
Yep.
World record terms.
Yeah, definitely.
Damage concentration down the ramp.
1,500 quid each.
Yep.
Are you going to send, can I invoice you then?
So it's £1,500 per record attempt times 2.
Per person, yeah.
And then obviously I'll invoice you for a little bit that.
Well,
No, that's world record.
you can have a pat on the back.
I think well, that's record time.
Bradley.
Now it'd be an hour record,
Yeah.
it is hour. Yeah, it'd be.
Oh, mate, did you Alex? Yeah.
Did Alex send it Bradley's?
Is Alex from Bradley?
Yeah.
Well, the Derny is circulating, which tells us, excuse me, that it is time for the Kieran. First time of asking. 6 laps. It's the women's Kieran. Very much part of proceedings, of course, now. World and Olympics, highly specialised event, which was part of Japanese culture for so many years, and has now passed on to all of us, which is fantastic. So about to go live in a few moments' time with the women's Kieran. Emma Finucane, just a second from the rail here. Sophie Capewell, just a little bit further down. So Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell, Iona Muir, Alesa Probster. We have Miriam Vecce and Katerina Petakova. So Derny, great to hear the Derny describing itself to us. You can smell a Derny as well, which is something rather lovely, I've got to say. That 2-stroke oil being burnt for our entertainment. And so it is Emma Finucane against Sophie Capewell, Iona Muir, Alesa Probster. We have Miriam Vecce and Sarah Petakova. Derny will get them up to pace. Used to be a much higher pace, been pared back over the years for safety reasons. We have in the past had a few nasty spills, I've got to say, but thankfully that seems to have ebbed as indeed we flow. And here we go then. Time to finish the job. Derny is off and we are released, and almost immediately with so 2.5 laps to go it was. 2 to be completed. Now the journey has gone, and so they sail by, and it's an early reach for glory here by Iona Muir. She goes for it. Emma Finucane is just charging into the gap here, and in fact sails. In fact, Emma Finucane, I beg your pardon, is a little bit further back. Miriam Vecce is that takes the head, but here comes Finucane, chased by Sophie Capewell. Capewell staying with her, but Emma Finucane looks like she's going to have the bragging rights here, at least for the start, and she does. Emma Finucane takes it ahead of Sophie Capewell. It is Miriam Vecce in 3rd place here, ahead of Iona Muir, and then comes Sarah Petakova, I beg your pardon, team number 6. Before Probster it was that finished at the back here.
Yeah, yeah.
Confirmation of the result then. Emma Fanuka takes it ahead of Sophie Capewell, Miriam Vecce, Iona Muir just missing out on the virtual podium there.
There's your sprinters, women's sprint classification.
Brilliant, thank you, mate. Well, the total points classification now. Emma Fanuken is on 55 points. Sophie Capewell just 5 behind on 50. Miriam Vecce sits at 34, just 2 clear of Iona Muir, with Petikova and Profsta on 22 and 20. Still tight, of course, but then again, it is the beginning of proceedings. Let's hear from our winner.
Give her a massive round of applause. Not only did you just make a world record, you just smash the Kieran. Just say you're okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, good.
Wonderful. Any other words?
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I love racing on this track, and I think racing with a different group of girls is fun, so I'm enjoying myself.
You look like you're enjoying yourself. The smile on your face as you whiz on round. Thank you so much, Emma. Let's give it up for Emma Fanuke!
Projectile vomiting all over them all. Hilarious. Peter got it, boy. What have you got away now? Right?
I think if there's a quick way I can input the. Actually, it doesn't need to be quick. Ignore me. The Madison
Time then for a Derny race.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's no points to it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the women's Madison Derny race. So the endurance races, of course, so back out on track. And it is a team competition with the Dernymen on display once again.
Yep, so that's the classification into this race.
So the classification coming into this one, Archibald and Lewis find themselves in a handsome position out front on 60 points. Biggest lead we've got in any of our competitions, actually. They are 13 margin over Sharp and Lister as it stands just for now. So, Dernyman getting themselves into position. There will be half of the team. It's not a it is half of the team that will line up to be paired up with them. So we'll wait for everyone to get up to speed, and indeed then we will be racing the usual mix here. But yeah, team 13, Paula Golong, red 13 will be in the mix in a short while. Just behind her is Maya Trucker, who we're waiting for the pairings for in a few moments' time. Also active in this one is Clémence Chéreau, team number 9. So everyone gets a chance at this. Not all teams take part, but by the end of the 3 days, everyone, both members of each team, will have competed. So 7 teams we have on track, with our pairings about to be shown to you in a short while. And we are already racing. As you can see, So paired up and ready to go. Well, holding station just for now, but suddenly breaking. I've got to say for the horizon here is Boronikova, just trying to bridge the gap, I should say, between the two groups. And Boronikova is still going for it. Boronikova is being driven here by Eric Schofs. Eric Schofs doing a fantastic job. He also was exceptional in our opener earlier on today. Eric Schofs goes for it. And in fact, this is a proper margin. Too early, surely, with 35 laps to go. Peter Berline himself with his famous yellow Derny. He was Roger Kluge earlier. Lost Kluge, I must say, rather uncharacteristically out there. This time, he is the driving force, trying to just be a steadying impact, I think, Peter Berline, on Josie Knight, who actually she doesn't need steadying at all. She can possibly go for this with Endeavour. And in fact, Peter Berline is coming up with Josie Knight right now, as you can see on the blue line. Clearly happy with a bit more pace, and Josie Knight is equal to this, and she's going to drop into second place and may well stay on the blue line to take the lead. And Peter Berline, I think, after his opener with Roger Kluge, it's another very strong pairing, I must say. And Peter Berline is just about to take the lead right now. The separation, I'm afraid, that's not good on Team 8. And Eric Schofs has lost Bartonikova. Got to recollect, but as he does so, she falls from first to fourth place almost. Just being challenged in that regard right now. So that was a separation and a clear view of just how difficult this can be. Peter Berline, though, he knows he's got a star performer on his back wheel, and Berline is doing a great job here with Josie Knight. Really stretching it out. Josie Knight with Francesca Browser is here. I've got Mario Van Hoff guiding her. Meanwhile, running in third and fourth place. Fourth place is team number 12. Tracker, she's got Strassmann, who's a great pacer, indeed, in stayer racing as well. Big form as well, so he takes a lot of wind on behalf of the riders. If you want to Dernyman, pick yourself the biggest guy you can, but the likes of Peter Berline is quite a sinuous man, but he makes himself very, very big, as you can see, and he is out in front at the moment, ahead of Mario Van Hoff and Francesca Browser. Peter Berline comes by. Still heading proceedings at the moment, Peter Berline. Fabulous job by him. Peter Berline wearing the number 1 Derny. Doing a super job of it as well. Just holding station, in fact, just about to lap the field by the looks of things. And there are some strugglers out there, but Peter Berline has got... He's got Josie Knight with him, for goodness sake, and he is going to make the most of this opportunity and sails by brilliantly, hot on his case. Derny, number 5, guiding Team 1 here, Mario Van Hoff with Francesca Browser. And look at this, the team that were leading at the beginning now find themselves absolutely off the back. Lap down is Bartonikova and Eric Schofs. A little bit of separation early on. They then dropped into the clutches of those behind and now find themselves a lap down here. Gosh, check this out. Good job here from Mario Van Hoff. Well, just shows you how the wind can blow hot and cold here. The lead of the race will be pointed out to you and one of our journeymen here just being told to ease it up. That's Tony Cassidy, who'd lost Kimberly Zubris. Has to re-find. In fact, he comes to the carpet on the inside to allow others to a cleaner view through. That was a total disengagement here. Needs to pick it back up if he's going to ride with her. And in fact, he's called it out, and they have pulled here to regularly being lapped. So we are down now. Dropping a couple here, I'm afraid. So Clémence Chéreau and has exited. Meanwhile, we still race on, and Peter Berline with Josie Knight having some fun here. Likewise, Browser and Van Hoff doing a fantastic job. Still, they push on. Peter Berline now playing a dastardly game here of just matching the pace of the Derny above him. From team number one, Browser. That's Mario Van Hoff was being held out on the outside. Now, Berline will hope that he doesn't lose Josie Knight in a moment like this. Is a bit of a disengagement as Berline just tries to hold on to that front spot. Can't do it. Josie Knight does get back on his back wheel, so just back on the fender. But out front is Francesca Browser and Mario Van Hoff doing a fantastic job. And in fact is now going to try and leave Peter Berline behind. They've lapped just about everybody out there. They're about to lap the Bayer Racing team, team number 12, which is Maya Tracker and indeed Karsten Strassmann. It's a very, very difficult indeed discipline, this one. And it has to be symbiotic. Josie Knight is lost again here as Peter Berline desperate to use the strength that he knows she's got. But as it stands, Francesca Browser and Mario Van Hoff look absolutely in charge with 10 laps to go. In fact, right now they have got some clear air between themselves and second place. Josie Knight just gets back on. Second place is better than no place at all, quite clearly. And in fact, it might well be a double lap coming up in a few moments' time for Cinnamon Cafe. Gosh, it just shows you the balance that has to be struck here for them to stay as a unit. Personal bike fit with Clémence Chéreau, trying their level best to stay with this one. She's with Christian Dagnoni. Across the line now comes Baronikova from Cinnamon Cafe. Bartonikova with Eric Schofs on her back wheel. And team 8 here really starting to struggle, about to be lapped for a second time. Can you believe it? Well, it happens. 2 laps down now is Cinnamon Cafe, team number 8. Gosh, team 8, I've got to say I feel really sorry for them. They're trying to stop the flood as it stands. Meanwhile, everybody else, eyes drawn as to where is Peter Berline and Josie Knight. In fact, they themselves are now half a lap down, can you believe it, on our leaders here. Super strong, Mario Van Hoff and Francesca Browser. Just getting the measure of this. Yeah, full of half lap up with 3 laps to go. So, team number 1 riding brilliantly. Browser herself has been a stayer in the past, tried it out. And here we come, taking the bell, and it is team number 1. They have lapped just about everybody. Haven't managed to lap. The only team that haven't been lapped, actually, are Peter Berline and Josie Knight out there. Quite remarkable. What a win that was. Absolutely emphatic. Mario Van Hoff and Francesca Browser.
13, 8, 5. Yep.
Well, that was absolutely remarkable, I've got to say. Francesca Brauser and Mario Van Hoff in absolutely dominant form. They taking it. Jersey Knight finishing in second place here, and then everyone else laps down with Clément Chéreau, Paula Gloning and Maya Tracker 1 lap down, and Bartolikova and Zubris really finding themselves very much in arrears. So Browser now vaults into the lead. Browser and Casper by 1 solitary point ahead of Archibald and Lewis. This is going to be interesting. How far is it to the lose, guys?
Not too far. If you go down here, and then just in front of the people, as you go towards just next to that stairwell, there's a disabled one on the right, which you can.
Oh, is there? So this one along there.
Yeah, so you go out here.
Yeah.
It's two. You'll go out here. Yeah. There's another one there, and then you'll see it.
So that stairwell is a disabled.
So I walk in front of the people there on the balcony.
See where the steps go down with where there's no spectators.
Yeah.
Off that stairwell.
Yeah.
Literally on the corner is disabled toilet.
Okay, it's still going to take me a while.
That's fine. You take as long as you.
What have we got next after the Derny race? Team elimination.
What do we know what the sport proposal is?
Channel? What do you mean?
Like, as in, it says on the thing that we've got a sport like presentation-y loveliness. Do you know, for the audience?
Can you just check the website?
Oh, there you go. Mexican wave time.
Oh.
It's not as far as it seems. Once you're down the concourse.
Sure.
I'm trying to find one. I'm supposed to have a co-commentator each night, which will give me a chance.
There isn't. They're all short races gone. What we got now?
Tell you what, I could also do with some light, you know. Just a and so it comes to the Madison team elimination for the men. I need more. I need more. I need a lamp, really. And we're underway with the men's Madison team elimination. Well, this can take some time and to factor its way through. I'm going to have another Madison Kilo, by the way, attempt at a world record a little bit later on. What they're going to have to do is close the doors, turn the temperature up. We've got the bad weather, that's pretty good. Right now, we are exchanging nicely, and indeed the bell has gone for our first trim off at the back of this Devil Take the Hindmost. That will be next time across the line. And so it is, we look towards the rear of the field on this men's endurance eliminator. And as you can see, well, actually, as you can't see at the moment, the active rider who's going to get declared. I've got a feeling it was Team 11 that just got trimmed off the back here, but have not been declared just yet. Team 16 it was that have been called here, which is SD Displays, Roy Efting, Bloom, and Callum 12s. They have gone. Next time by, bell will ring. 16's gone.
13's already gone, I don't know why.
Right, 5 at the back with 11. Now 11 at the back.
Well, in fact, it was Kapau Signs with Jan van Schaik and Justus Willemsen who got trimmed off the back. Apologies for that. Meanwhile, Team 11, Birrell and Fisher have also gone. Ross Birrell and Sam Fisher, I'm afraid, representing Scotland and Wales in the orange. Still very much part of proceedings are SD Displays, Efting Bloom and Callum 12. Sorry, Callum. Sorry, Callum's mum. In fact, so not out of it are they? They're actually plying their trade at the front at the moment. Doing a wonderful job of it, being traced by the European champions of the Drop Project Brewing Company, Dornbos and Hopper Shack are the men who are going for it at the moment. Meanwhile, trying to stay safe, Roger Kluger and Ben Wiggins just making sure that they come up to the fore. And at the back, ooh, looked like Team 3. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It was Team 15, misread it. Vord and Longstaff got the trim this time by. Well, I love a devil, I've got to say, and when you factor it into a Madison as well, it makes for even sketchier decisions. I'm not saying that they've got any of the decisions wrong, but decisions within the riders themselves as to who is going to take the sprint. When do you do your exchange? Who do you avoid out there? That's the big question. At the moment, they're doing a job of it. Nice little exchange. Rolling through beautifully and coming down off the track. Brookfield Properties. Looks like it's going to be them, is it? Yep, team number 10, I think, at the back end here. And so it is Navas and Gilbank who indeed take the trip this time by. Well, a little bit clearer now. Worst place you can be is at the bottom of the track because you can actually get trapped in there with men in front of you or riders in front of you. And indeed others trapping you in the lower reaches, and we're going to start to see a little bit more of that. Well, the exchanges, it's you've got other riders, of course, to sail by as well, which can add to your problems. Big problems at moments for Avis Consulting, team number 6, who are trying to get back on. Just about going to get there. They're making an exchange now, but is it all too late? Let's have a look at the line. Did they get up? They've gone team 6 with Firutas and Winkler. Find themselves just stretched ever so slightly here at the back. Meanwhile, Bell will be coming next time by, and then we'll be into our next, indeed, trim off. Let's wait and see. Here's your exchange. Nicely done. Abus in a bit of trouble, actually. At the moment, just got Roger Kluger who's picking it up big time, just trying to stay clear, and does so. Kluger just must be slightly tuckered out, I must imagine. Meanwhile, Cinnamon Cafe just extricating themselves. Oh, big troubles here for Endeavour, I think, at the bottom. Let's wait and see. Whoa, that is a tough one. I think the European champions might be in trouble. Drop Project, perhaps? My goodness, it was Hobbs. The Hobbses, Noah and Harry, I'm afraid, have gone. Team 2, and a photo right at the line here. Gosh, it's a tough one. Meanwhile, Kluger changes with Ben Wiggins, who's off and clean at the front. Meanwhile, SD Displays look like they're in a bit of trouble. Here comes the exchange from Displays. And it is Efting Bloom now, who's got a lot of work to make up. Nice exchange from Callum 12s, but Efting Bloom, is he going to get there? He's got to go very high if he's going to deny. Oh, he got there. My goodness, that was hard work. Team 5 it was, the Thread team of Will Tidball and Josh Charlton. And they'll be surprised to find themselves called here. That was a really, really tough one right at the very last, but that's what you get. Off the back, Still going STL displays here. Efting and Blomer. How they survived that, I do not know, but they did. And now they can make amends for it. This is Callum 12's just being thrown in here. More of a gap for him to make up. Takes the bell. Needs to get into this zone. It's Cinnamon Cafe as well, just playing with fire. Oh, this is good work by Callum 12's. Can he get up over the top here of Riley Pickerel? That's what he's trying to do. Drops down the inside. Is he going to find any kind of line, any sign of space? Oh, I'm afraid not. Had to be, ultimately. Callum 12's and Roy Efting Blom for SD Displays are out. Well, half the field now has been dispatched. And we are reminded with the surviving half. You're looking at it right now. Drop Project Brewing with Jana Dornbos and Vincent Hoppershek. Not having the easiest of rides. And they find themselves at the back here. Just coming up over the top. But it's a bit of a lockdown. Cinnamon Cafe finally look like they are locked in. Oh, and suddenly a door opens and they manage to find a little bit of room. But watch the polka dots here. They're trapped at the bottom. Riders in front of them, but riders still behind as well. Oh, in the end, it's the Diamond Dozen for BioRacer. Hornblow and Jackson. Well, still surviving here, Cinnamon Cafe, but playing a dangerous game down at the bottom. Abus as well, just trying to stay with this Team 7 with Will Perrott and Matt Bostock. They should have the power to actually stay a little bit longer, and Will Perrott is that picks up now, and he's going to try and hold Cinnamon Cafe down at the bottom. Is he going to manage it? Well, it's next time by that it's going to count, and off the back is Cinnamon Cafe, I'm afraid, and there looks to be no way back for them. They've been in this position before, but just about managed to roll themselves back into contention. And are they going to get the drop on Abus here at the very last? Nope. Team 8 goes for it. Pickerel and Witcher are out. Well, it's very thin on the ground right now. It will slow down a little bit later as we get to just that coveted position of just a head-to-head sprint at the very last. But it's the Euro champs who are having some fun with us at the moment. Jana Dornbos and Vincent Hoppershek. They've been very strong, actually, and are showing it right now. Havoc and Heinen, haven't really mentioned them, and in a devil, as they call it. If you're not mentioned, that means you're running rather well. And there is the exchange, and it was Phil Heinen who stays with. In fact, it's Yuri Havoc himself on the back wheel here of Hoppershek. They out front, but you have to lose somebody, and it's Perrott and Bostock. That is something of a surprise, but Abus are gone in the red here. Meanwhile, 5 is what we have, and it's getting a bit selective. Personal bike fit here with Shushalarski and Augenstein at the back. Can they possibly get up on full gas cycling here in the blue and white stripes? Here's the bell. It's between them at the back, surely. But Team 9 picking their way nicely around the loose rider here of Hoppershek from indeed Europe. And it's going to be that two up the teams we mentioned. Ooh, and it's gone. It's team number 9, Shushalarski and Augenstein. And so, doesn't even realise he's gone. I think one of the spare riders there, but Team 9 finally gets the message. Down to 4 then, a quartet. And right now, Colnago look like they're slightly troubled. Let's see what Roger Kluge can do. He'll be a bit exhausted after his Derny race a little bit earlier on. Let's see if he's managed to hold something back here. And takes the bell at the back. He's tracing Yuri Havoc at the moment. Havoc is going around on the blue line, and I don't think there's anywhere here for Roger Kluge to go. There's a wall of riders in front of him. Kluge's gone. Team 1. Yuri Havoc staying with it in 3rd place at the moment. And after getting themselves into some sketchy moments, Full Gas Cycling are doing a job here. Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood. It's Ollie Wood himself that's wearing the, looks like convict stripes, doesn't it? But some others would say Breton fisherman. But hey, depends on how well travelled you are. Drop Project Brewing in 2nd place. Bell's gone, and gosh, Is it? It looks like potential pin pull, is it? Not yet. And still pushing on here. This is great. Havoc's teammate Heinen, is he going to get caught out? Yeah, I'm afraid so. Team 4 have gone, leaving the European champions against Full Gas Cycling, the Euro champs for Drop Project Brewing. And suddenly we've got ourselves a sprint competition between the pair of them. And right now it is Hoppershack, red number 3, up against Jules Hesters, a great 6-day rider. He knows how to play this. Now Hesters is going to use all kinds of parts of this track right now. Hesters used to ride with Havoc on occasion in 6-day racing. Well, let's see. He's going to hold his station right now. Money's on Hesters, I reckon, in this one. But Hoppershack, we'll see. European Madison champion, Vincent Hoppershack. But let's see, Jules Hesters is on his case. Now he's just about up on his shoulder here where you have to be. Can he use the... Yes, he can. Oh, that was nice. Lifts up in celebration. Jules Hesters, quality 6-day, man. This is, well, grist to the mill for him. Absolutely fantastic. Team 14, take it. There we are. Havoc and Heinen on 62 points, 10 clear of Kluger and Wiggins now. We have Perrott and Bostock, who are on 46 points. They are the only 3 teams on a lead lap. 1 lap down are Hesters and Wood. They're on 50 points, so more points than Perrott and Bostock, but a lap in arrears. You get the idea. Here's your overall classification then. Heinen, Havoc and Heinen on 62 points, 10 clear of Kluger and Wiggins. Perret and Bostock on 46. They are the only 3 teams on the lead lap. 1 lap in arrears of the points tally. Hesters and Wood have 50 points, 4 more than Perret and Bostock, but a lap down. Tipple and Charlton on 46, same points as Perret and Bostock, but also a lap down. Dornbos and Hoppershack, who've just gone well. Lap down, but on 39 points now, ahead of Szujalowski and Augustin, with Pickerel and Witcher also a lap down on 26.
Congratulations! How does that feel to start the 3-day?
It feels good, yeah, to be especially well, at my home country. I've not ridden this track for quite a while, so it's good to get the atmosphere in here. It's really nice.
Lovely stuff. And Jules, your father is here as well. It's quite a special moment to be sharing.
Yeah, it's really nice to ride with the local hero, so it's an honour for me to ride with Ollie, and yeah, the crowd has loved it as well, so it's really nice to get away with some flowers.
And you've got your dad here as a mechanic.
Yeah, he's trying his best. I saw he pumped the tyres, so he's doing a good job.
Definitely did a good job after that performance. Congratulations.
Well done, guys. Excellent stuff.
We did that in we came in, then we got the javelin across here before it all really opened. Yeah. We were wrecking the place from it then.
Did you do the Olympics?
No. And my body didn't. It was just, we came in and it's, oh, you can't go here and you can't go there. It's like, we have to, because we've done a wrecking, setting it all up. We're allowed in here. Yeah, they would like, you literally, track centre, that's as far as you can go. We were escorted everywhere. Why we got the Olympics in 2 years' time.
My husband drives a lorry and brought all the drainage pipes down to all of it. And I said to him, why should we drive a lorry? The Olympics tickets are all good and good.
Time for the men's Kieran. Looking forward to this actually. The men's sprint Kieran. We've just seen the Madison team elimination. After this, we're going to have the world record Madison Kilo with a couple of teams out there in an attempt, which will be nice. See how busy they get. Sports presentation. Next up, we will have the, after that, will be the women's Madison. Chase of 15 minutes. 50 laps. Team sprint will come shortly after that. UK versus rest of the world, I know. And then the men's Madison chase to finish off 60 laps at the end of this evening. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Right now, the none too small matter of the men's Kieran. Here we go then. Get yourselves ready. Why don't you? So the men's Kieran for the sprinters, and right now at the head of proceedings we've got Danny Napolitano. Just tucked in behind him is Harry Lenningham Hall, who's been so busy tonight. Behind him is Genaway Tang, the American 24-year-old United States sprint superstar, national sprint champion on 4 occasions actually. Wearing number 6. I think you might be able to design it. It's quite busy kit he's got, but I've got to say I do like it. He just tucked in at the moment behind Harry Ledingham Horn, running in 3rd place. Running just behind him is the Black Union Jack of Pete Mitchell. Pete Mitchell checking over his shoulder because he knows that Matt Richardson is here. Matt Richardson is hungry for more. He just loves it. Jan Porishek is also here, and it's Porishek that comes up now. The Derny's gone to come up and over the top. Porishek just heading Napolitano for now. Porishek just stretches his legs ever so slightly. It's a quiet one for the time being, at least for Matt Richardson, but not for much longer. He's coming up around that blue line. He's now going to go from plumb last to 3rd place. Big resistance here from Genaway Tang as well to stop him dropping in. So he stays out on the long line. Pete Mitchell in 2nd place, but he gets busy. Can't do anything, though, to stop Matt Richardson, who's just in a power mode today. And he just turns it on, almost at will. There's a throw at the line with Harry Lenningham Hall just taking it ahead of Pete Mitchell, but my goodness, Matt Richardson is gone predator here. Richardson takes it ahead of Lenningham Hall, Pete Mitchell, Porishek, Tang and Napolitano. Well, if it is going to be Britain against the rest of the world a little bit later on, I kind of think we've it's we should be playing Rule Britannia, quite frankly, because Richardson, Lenningham Hall and Peter Mitchell just a class apart at the moment, and top of the class is Matt Richardson. That was absolutely remarkable. Gets 40 points to add to his total. confirmation of the result. Well, the 40 points added to Matt Richardson's tally. This is the overall. He's on 60 points now, ahead of Langham on 45, Peter Mitchell on 36, Poroshek on 28, 2 ahead of Getaway Tang, and Napolitano is at the foot of the standings for now, but Matt Richardson, he's absolutely in charge.
We're 5 minutes behind schedule, at least.
Oh, that was men's we just had. Right, so we've got Madison Kilo next, sorry.
Oh, what we're doing next? Madison Kilo?
Cesaro on the outside. They're starting on the finish line. Yeah, they're starting finish line.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's Kilo. So 4 laps.
Two teams, 2 times 6 or 7 laps.
Is it going to wind up? So they've got 7 laps on that board.
Does anyone know what this is?
Time.
Just Madison Kilo. So they're doing like...
It's a medical, but what is the world record?
No idea.
There isn't one for women, I don't think.
What's that?
World best time for Madison Kilo. That's team 2.
Well, this is an attempt to set a Madison Kilo record. Let's see how it pans out, shall we?
No, Revolution. It was Clancy and somebody else.
Oh no, for men, there isn't one for women then.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you help me? Well, I mean, it's not been on it yet.
Me? I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So they come through with 6, they've just seen 6.
There's not one for women.
I did the starts and stuff, but I did it different.
I don't even know who's riding.
So this is...
Is it Megan Barker?
sorry, 1 minute. It's team 2.
Red. And is that Katie Archibald?
Yeah, yeah. So it's just team 2 for this. It can be either of them, they can change if they want.
Well, we are waiting to set a benchmark here. Oh, the exchange, there it goes, and it'll be a solitary flying lap, I believe. Or is it, not flying lap, but indeed the Kilo. Let's wait and see. So it's 4 of them in total. Katie Archibald been thrown in here. So let's see what sort of benchmark time we are looking at by the time we have finished. So Sophie Lewis will try and drop in a few moments' time, but Katie Archibald really setting a blistering pace. Rolling clock for you right now. Just coming in to make the exchange. So a Madison Kilo world mark to be set here. Sophie Lewis gets thrown in right now, fully invests in it, as you can see. Took her a moment there just to get up to pace, but does so with the impetus that's and the velocity that's just been handed over to her. All the energy has gone in. Let's wait and see round the back. So this indeed as a benchmark will be something for others to chat at in the future. And here it is to stop the clock. 1 minute. Wow. 0.018. So there's a minute to be broken here. That was good. 1 minute, 0.081. I bet they wish they would have got into the 59 seconds. That was terrific. Well, the current world record, before we actually came to this, for the women's kilo track time trial was 1:04.497. So they have trimmed under that time. It was Hetty van der Waal in February of 2025. So there we are. Let us see, indeed, if it's going to stand officially, because they certainly beat that time. I think the difference being, of course, this is a Madison kilo. So now for the men, Kluger and Augustine are going for it. What sort of benchmark are we aiming at now? 54 seconds flat. 54,446 is the world record for the men. I believe the women have actually just set what is the benchmark for others to try and have a go at for the Madison kilo. Apologies for the for the lack of certainty here, but this 54.446. Let's see if indeed they can break it. Certainly the expectation is there because the press cameras are out in force at the finish line to see them come across the line. Let's have a look. At the moment, nice work going on from Roger Kluger. He's going to try and tee up Ben Wiggins here. In fact, I beg your pardon, he's teeing up Moritz Augustine, who is going for this. So a mixed team just in this attempt, but Moritz Augustine that's having a go here. There will be one more exchange and then Kluger will take it back over. So Augustine comes around, European stayer champion. I suppose this is, he'd rather have a BMW in front of him at the moment, but and he's tying up ever so slightly as Moritz Augustine. He looks a bit laboured, but they've all been busy, and so is Roger Kluger, to be honest. Gets the exchange right now. And goes for it. Come on, Roger, this would be brilliant. Rolling clock there. I don't think he's going to... He's had a busy night, for goodness sake. I mean, the world record is at 54. And I'm afraid it's not going to be, not tonight anyway, but good effort. Got to say, a 55.378. Well, considering the amount of racing he's already done tonight, that was a pretty good shot at it, I've got to say.
Changed it.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mistake.
No, it's all right.
Shit, that's all right. Women's chase?
Yep.
After that incredible world record attempt, other than being very tired and very warm, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's an exact description. No, but I think we did quite well. I mean, I don't know if I was ever fast. we're not really prepared for this. We just jumped in for some weaker guys down there in Kevin. And I think we did well. Let's have a go in Berlin, end of January.
Come on, absolutely, good for you, especially after last week. And now, Maritz, it's your first time doing the London 3-day. How are you enjoying it?
I enjoy it very much. I'm very happy to race here this year, and I hope for some more good races.
Absolutely. And Big Rod, you've been here before. Any tips of advice for Maritz or a rookie joining us this year?
Oh, just enjoy the atmosphere. It gets better and better. So we're looking forward to the next 2 days, weekend ahead. I hope the house gets full. And I will hear more from you guys. Come on, give me a cheer. Hey!
You are Big Rod, and if you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to get your ticket and come and join us tomorrow and Sunday. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Next up, it's the Women's Madison. This is the chase, as you can see, and we're going to have 50 laps. There will be a men's chase still to come as well, which will be 60 laps, incidentally. So this should be around about the 15-minute mark. After you've done this, there'll be some team sprinting, the United Kingdom versus the rest of the world. And then we will have the men's Madison chase to finish off proceedings this evening. Renault 5 down there, the little blue car.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely Renault. Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, I absolutely love it. It's such a smart car. It's all electric and it's only 23 grand.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's so cheap that it's just been voted European Car of the Year.
Has it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Welcome. We are now just about to engage with the Women's Madison Chase. Referee has indeed just given them 1 lap to go before the gun goes. And then the sprints begin. Every 10 laps?
No, just 20, 10, 0.
20, 10 and 0 out from home are our sprints. 20, 10, 0. There you go. So not every 10 laps, but near enough. So laps gain are going to become of magnified importance. And the gun is going to sound this time by as the women's endurance athletes get themselves ready to race. And here we go. 1 more lap. They've decided to give them another one. Whether they will reset the clock, I do not know, but just to make sure that everyone's assembled and is indeed happy. Clock is already counting down. So we have already begun. Maybe I missed the gun. I'm not quite sure. Referee just said 1 more lap to go, but he's just pointing at the head of the race. And at the moment, that is Drop Project Brewing Company with Kiko Silva, Francesca Silva. And so we're circulating. This is the 50 laps, by the way. So 20, 10, and then the finish are the intermediate sprints. So not every lap. Just looking down track centre, actually, I'm just observing Ben Wiggins just heading around and having a rare old chat. He's just catching up with Yuri Havoc, of course, who he was paired with last time in the last London. Meanwhile, time for a kick on here, and it is Brookfield Properties that have gone for this, and I love this because Marie Porton and Isabella Escara have are trying to get the escape here. It's Escara that's gone for it. Just been marked out rather tidily here by Jenny Hall, doing a super job. In fact, Hall just shoots straight by, and it looks like Escara is makes an exchange here with Porton. But Jenny Hall really driving into this one. Lively, it certainly is, and some others have woken up to the threat here. Personal Bike Fit getting a little bit lively. So is Tread Racing here with Colin Gulick and Kimberly Zubris. And again, more animation, I've got to say, in this race than we could shake a stick at. The Thread team doing a nice job, just teaming up here with Brookfield Properties and issuing a decent demand here. Jenny Hall and Katie Ann Carlton of Abus Helmets setting the pace at the moment. And in fact, this is such a good pace, it might well garner a lap. They're not quite half a lap up just yet, but it looked like a strong trio that we had actually got working together. You get some disengagement because of the exchanges, but just starting to tie up ever so slightly here is Kimberly Zubris of the United States. 41 years of age, absolutely remarkable athlete, former world #1 Madison racer, we remind you. And she is here. She's at the back of this trio, just about to indeed hand over here to Colleen Gulick, fellow American. There is that exchange. Great Olympian, and indeed 9 times a United States national champion. She makes a good fist of it, and in fact, this trio up front now exchanging nicely. Abus were being lent on ever so slightly, but now they've decided to work together. Now, have they managed to get themselves a full half lap? Yes, more than that, in fact. And so with 38 laps to go, 3 teams have got themselves just about to catch sight of the back of the pack, to be honest, down the back straight. So if they can still continue to work together, this is going to be handy. Let's have a look. Next time they go down the back straight, this will be telling, because all of them have exchanged. Is there going to be another drop in here? Yes, there is, and it's a drop in as well for Kimberly Zubris, who's back with it, still piling into this one. And this is looking very good for the trio of teams that have gone up the road. In fact, this may well be a bit of a pecking order for this run. 36 laps. I'm just wondering who else is looking keen to go for it. Lizzie Sharp and Grace Lister are heading the chase as it stands, but now there's a proper sight from those who are chasing here of, well, there's a spare rider, I've got to say, from the Bio Racer team. I'm actually wondering if she's circulating alone out there because she, as a teammate, got a problem. Because she's very much looks like she's on her own. No, she's just going to get some help and a drop in. Meanwhile, Abus kick on. They're bridging here. Super push here by Jenny Hall. Goodness me, she is just piling into that gap, and she wants that lap gain. And to be honest, Team 5 might actually lose out here unless they can pick it up. Trying not to go a lap down. Bio Racers Tracker just trying to stay with it, but has already gone a lap down to one rider. There's the exchange from Abus. Jenny Hall just throwing in Katie-Anne Colton. And she now just piles into the back of this group, and she's going to get there. Good retrieval work from Bio Racers, to be honest. And indeed, they all gain a lap. So Team 7 have actually done the job. So has Team Thread, team number 5. They also have themselves a lap gain. That was really, really handy. Also, Team 9 here, Personal Bike Fit with Cheryl and indeed Caris Lloyd. Handy. Meanwhile, others start to just launch off the front. Drop Project Brewing Company with Francesca Silva. They've gone for it. Robin Clay as well. Francesca Silva and Clay then. And they have help as well here, and I think it's from Capo Signs with Team 13. We'll have a double check for you as they come across the line in a few moments' time. No, in fact, Team 9 yet again with Clemenceau and Lloyd up to the front and actually starting to do some policing. Sometimes you see this, teams that have regained a lap then work their way through the pack and just start to try and counteract anybody else who would try and take a lap. So suddenly going on to policing duties, and it looks like an escaped convict on the front at the moment. Grace Lister wearing the blue and white stripes and just holding that margin at the moment. Archibald and Lewis, who were, Katie was busy a few moments ago, just trying to get themselves a kilo margin. So yeah, I mean it's difficult to, when you've got such a packed program as this, to win absolutely everything. Sometimes you just have to, quite frankly, put some resources back in the bank for a little bit later on. Still we go on, and it is Endeavour that are going for it. Megan Barker and Josie Knight. Josie Knight, of course, was busy out there earlier, trying to help Katie Archibald do a job for the Madison Kilo. But as it is right now, still very good work here by Full Gas Cycling, and in fact they've peeled off the front and a big demand being made, and Colnago have responded. Browser and Casper don't want this to go away from them, I'm afraid. The whole field down on teams 5, 7 and 10, so Gulick and Zubris, Holler and Carlton and Porton and Esquela got a very, very early jump. Right now though, still out there, Endeavour with Megan Barker and Josie Knight, teamed up with Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister, Full Gas in the blue and white stripes. So solid blue for Megan Barker, and indeed the stripes here of Grace Lister. Nice exchange, but look at Colnago getting busy, and suddenly joining the fun, Romy Casper. And in fact, with that intermediate sprint going off right now, oh, nicely done. Full Gas Cycling take that one, brilliant, ahead of Team 1, Colnago. So Browser and Casper live to the threat. Barker and Knight then picking up 2 points. 5 went to Sharp and Lister, who've been very busy, and that does our scoring. All power of good. I've got to say that Brooks Cycles are after a lap gain here, but the pack is split in two. Likewise, Drop Project Brewing Company with Selva and Clay trying their best as well. Has there been a reassembly? More laps gained? Not awarded just yet. Essentially, you get a lap gain when you are deemed to have lapped the major body of the field. And that's down to the commissaires to decide how many riders you've actually overtaken, and indeed whether those you have overtaken constitute the main body of the field. It's a hard thing to indeed make sure of. Huge meeting going on. I don't know what the chit-chat is, but shooting of the breeze. A lot of young cyclists, and that's always lovely to see. Track centre. In their cabins, a hangover from 6-day racing where you'd have one active rider who'd be taking on an event while you had yourself a nap, sometimes a bit of sleep out there. Not unheard of to have 240 lap points races, for goodness sake, so you could have a proper kip with that. But yeah, that was back in the day when they used to race 24 hours. I know, for 6 days, can you believe that? So no wonder you needed a rest. Sometimes you'd be able to drop into Madison Square Garden about 3 o'clock in the morning, put your bet on, have a beer, and you know, do your thing. It was a thing back in the day. Far too much these days to have that kind of endurance racing, but something nice to drop into. And in fact, some of the track racing we used to have back in the 1930s was unbelievable. Meanwhile, next intermediate is coming up in 3 laps' time. That'll be with us before you know it. And still, we only have 3 who've been deemed to have lapped the field. And that was very early on. Everyone else, it's too disparate to actually credit it. So even though you do the work and find riders out there, it's not necessarily it's going to go your way, for goodness sake. That seems a bit tough. Nice exchange, I must say, out front, and good to see Browser and Casper really determined. I think they're going to try and steal a lap here, and this is a perfect time to do it. There's an intermediate sprint gone off. Now just watch this, because Browser is on a charge, and this is not half-hearted. She's going to power through this sprint. She's not going to go up the track, surely. No, she's not. Exactly that. She is now on the attack. So as everyone else kind of sits up, thinks, right, that's the intermediate sprint. Let's deal with it. Browser kicks on. So she'll exchange with Casper in a few moments' time. So this is an attempt at a lap gain, albeit very, very late with 9 laps to go. It might not work for them. Of those who are a lap down, they have 8 points. And I think everyone else is wise to this, not least the teams that have already gained a lap. Also up the road here, Selva and Clay, but in fact I think they might well have dropped down. So keep your eyes peeled for Browser and Casper, the white team, number 1. Just made an exchange and still they're kicking on here. This is brilliant. They're about to find team 3, Drop Project Cycling here, Selva and Clay, out on course, and that's not going to be good news for Selva and Clay. 7 laps to go. Could they possibly make it onto the back end? There'll be other teams here who potentially are thinking about their final sprint, and what that means is that Colnago with Browser and Casper might actually find themselves hobbled, I'm afraid, out there. And in fact, it's already kind of come to naught. The pack are getting back at them, and their attempt to race through the sprint and take a lap has been neutralised. And I've got to say, Abus Helmets, Jenny Hall and Katie-Ann Colton did a great job there. They find themselves the lap up in this one, and they've been on policing duties right from that moment. Good for them. Everything else fractures. Riders all over the track at the moment. Still, Browser and Casper, if they can't get a lap, then they will try and get this intermediate sprint, but they got company. Archibald and Lewis, and it's Sophie Lewis that comes up here. Waiting for her to exchange with Katie Archibald, who's circulating nicely, waiting for the exchange, the drop in a few moments' time. And in fact, there's a little pairing up front. Bio racers are, I think, struggling to stay out front. Full Gas Cycling with Sharp and Lister are also engaged here with the stripes. And the bright orange here from De Molden and Brandwacht also getting very, very busy. Oh, there we are, 2 laps remaining. Now, don't forget, there's double points up for grabs. 10, 6, 4, and 2 at the line for this final sprint. And we're just going to be pointed to the lead of the race by our commissaire. And it is Team 11 at the moment who've been deemed to be there. They exchange, but Abus come up and over the top. That's a brilliant, brilliant piece of work by Abus Cycling here. Jenny Hall and Carlton doing a job here, and it is Jenny Hall that finishes off the proceedings here in the women's competition. That was brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Well, we still have the women's sprinters, but the women's endurance racers have completed their duty for tonight. 10 points going to Hall and Carlton, with Van der Molen and Brandweg taking 6. Barker and Knight get 4 points, and Sharp and Lister 2 to add to their tally. Only 3 teams managed to gain a lap in that one. That was tough, I've got to say. Really tough. It will be the men out next once we've had this victory ceremony of the endurance races. But before then, we will have the team sprint, United Kingdom versus the rest of the world. There we are. First men and then women. Very, very good work by Team Airbus. We'll be hearing from them in a few moments' time, but Jenny Hall and Katie Ann Colton doing a great job.
Team 6 is missing, followed by 11. Followed by 4, followed by 14.
10, 12, 1,
What, 10?
2,
Sorry, you go back. 10.
10, 12, 1, 2,
Yep.
9,
9, yeah.
5.
8,
2 not racing.
yeah.
12 and 8.
yeah,
And 13.
yeah. I think 6 must then be back there because 3 was the back marker.
So it's 6 3.
We haven't seen 6 anywhere else, so.
I see 3 then 6.
Oh, okay.
Do it that way. That's just, it's not going to change the
Not resting
Yes,
nine.
yes, that's 8, yeah.
It's not going to change the points.
That's 3, and then follows 6.
Yep. Ah, yes, fine. 6 still. So we can do it.
We're doing some team sprinting next,
Yeah, that's all right.
whatever that means.
Well, team sprint competition coming up for you right now, and for both the men and the women, this will be Great Britain versus the rest of the world. So teams 1, 2 and 3 for the men, which will be Matt Richardson, Harry Ledingham Horn and Pete Mitchell, will face off against Jan Poroshek, Daniel Napolitano and Genoe Tang. And for the women, it will be Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell and Iona Muir up against Alisa Katriona Prosta, Miriam Vecce and indeed Sarah Putakova.
Yeah, no problem.
So the women's heat will be first. It is Great Britain as a team against the rest of the world, and it is team pursuit. So let's team sprint, I beg your pardon. So let's have a look. I've got a feeling that this is going to go the way of Great Britain on both the men's and women's cases here. Let's wait and see whether Prosta, Vecce and Pertakova can actually win this one up against, you're looking at them right now, up against a Great Britain squad that are hyper determined here. Let's wait and see. So this is Iona Muir. She will be starting us off here. Sophie Capewell will then get the drive, with the job being finished potentially by Emma Finucane for the women's sprinters. Well, no pneumatic gate releases here, but that is a terrific start, I've got to say, by Iona Muir. And in fact, she's laying up beautifully. There's some rush room here for her teammates. They actually look very well marshalled. Sophie Capewell is going to go into that gap. So 1 lap complete. And honestly, it almost looks like we could possibly get a catch here. The exchange Propster has now indeed done her first part of it. So Petakova, I beg your pardon, has now taken it. She'll be finished off by Miriam Vecce. So it'll be Vecce here finally against Emma Finucane. And Finucane is absolutely lit up here like a rocket. In fact, she's going to get sight of Vecce down the straight here and will finish the job now. Super work. What a gap that was. 4.3 seconds in a team sprint. That is a country mile. Well, I must say that that almost seemed unkind. Next up, we have Great Britain against the rest of the world for the men. Genoe Tang, US Sprint Program superstar, 4 times the national sprint champion for the United States, up against Daniele Napolitano. He is replacing Stefano Moro. Replacing Rob Fosterman is Jan Porešek, the young 19-year-old Czech. Both Jan Porešek and Daniele Napolitano, I think, replacing Stefano Moro and indeed Rob Fosterman, who is known as Quadzilla, you may well know. Yeah, I'm afraid we've succumbed to illness and injuries with the absence of Moro and Fosterman. So it's going to feel like a very uneven contest. However, Matt Richardson is such a predator. He will be going for this. You can be absolutely sure. He's teaming up with Harry Ledingham Hall and Pete Mitchell. Now, we'll have a look at the starting order, which will become clear to us in a moment. But I think it should be, the job's going to be finished by Pete Mitchell. He is national sprint champion. Let us see if that is indeed the case. Yeah, just the way they're lining up. Harry Ledingham Horn will start us off. Then Matt Richardson will get the drive and slingshot Pete Mitchell into the finale. But it's going to be a magic carpet ride for Pete Mitchell if he can hang on to Matt Richardson, who's in the second phase of this team sprint. Just waiting for the lambs to the slaughter, or indeed Jan Porešek, Napolitano and Genaway Tang. This seems about as imbalanced as you can possibly get as a contest, but hey, let's wait and see. Matt Richardson with the second phase is going to be an interesting one, with Pete Mitchell finishing off the job. Starting us off will be Ledingham Hall out of the gates. Leading off for the rest of the world will be Genaway Tang, so it's a good start they will have. Napolitano will take the second phase and leave it to the young Czech, Jan Porešek, who actually is making a few noises. He was Team Sprint Junior Worlds superstar. So let's wait and see. Here it is. Wait for the flag man to get himself ready. Team UK versus rest of the world. Team Sprint time. Nicely done. It's Ledingham Hall who's starting us off. Genaway Tang almost overtaken there by Daniele Napolitano. They're almost out of sequence. Too much rush room for Porešek. Let's wait and see. He's got a lot to do. Much more settled are the Great Britain team. And peeling off here, Ledingham Hall goes. And let's Matt Richardson, the massive engine room that he is, staying with him is Pete Mitchell at the moment. That's a task in itself. He's got them almost the most amazing aero draft here. Richardson does his job and releases Pete Mitchell, and he's in his sights will be Jan Porešek ultimately. But what a drive this has been by the Great Britain team. Let's have a look at the time. By the time they cross the line here on the throw, brilliant. And what's the gap? That's the big question. 3.3 seconds, a 44.7 for the British team. Well, I have to say, that wasn't exactly a fair fight by the looks of things. Maybe if we'd had Rob Fosterman and indeed Stefano Moro, it would have been a more even affair. But Matt Richardson, when he got that drive in and just slungshot Pete Mitchell into the final phase after Harry Ledingham Horn had done a brilliant opener, I'm afraid the rest of the world looked a bit second-hand in that one. Well, our final discipline for this evening is going to be the men's Madison Chase. 60 laps in total. And some to be stolen out there, I hope. Get you up to speed momentarily on how the standings are in the overall. We should get a look at that, I think, before we indeed proceed. We will. I'll see if I can get it up for you on our screen in a few moments' time. but the men's Madison overall, as it stands right now, is just trying to, I mean, opening evening, an awful lot can change. Can we get the overall before we start? Sorry. Yeah, we'll get that for you in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, get yourselves assembled, because this is essentially what Madison Racing is all about. We finish each evening with a chase, and it is just fatigue starts to play a part, and naturally enough, you have to find some extra reserves and just hope that others have spent theirs, because they're hard to find when you get to this kind of margin. Well, Harvick and Heinen at the moment lead by 10 points from Kluger and Wiggins, who are running very, very hot at the moment. Parrott and Bostock also on the lead laps to find themselves on 46 points. So there's a lot to be had here, not least by those teams like Hesters and Wood, who find themselves a lap down, and they won't like that one little bit. So this is their moment to take a step forward. Let's see indeed if they do it. 60 laps ahead of the field. And there it is. They've shot the pigeon. You can just hear it landing in the infield here. Another pie to be had. So who's going to have their cake and eat it? And a really strong start here by Dornbos and Hoppershek. We're out of here, they say. Full gas cycling with Jules Hesters, of course, and Ollie Wood. They want to make that lap gain, and they're going to try and do it straight away, just as everybody is indeed just resting on their haunches after what's been a busy night of racing here in the opener of this London 3-day. And, of course, the European champions with Dornbos and Hoppershek have gone out there. They've got a good alliance going with Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood. That's a strong pairing. And everyone else thinking, well, we've got a few days to find that lap, and maybe let the lion have the meat, at least for the time being, and then we won't get nibbled. Well, to be honest, the way that they are riding right now, they are nearly half a lap only to the back of the field. Let's have a look as they cross the line this time by. Yeah, I think I'm being a bit optimistic for the duo up front as it stands. Teams 3, the Drop Project Brewing Company have flown the coupe with the full gas boys as well. Everyone else is just waking up to the task now, and the SD displays with Roy Efting Bloom and Callum 12s are actually doing the marking out just for now. Still they push on, and in fact now they have less than half a lap to get to the back of the pack here, so they might make an early take to get this lap gain, which would be very, very clever indeed. Let's see if they get there. Don't forget that Hesters and Wood find themselves with the best point scores of those who are a lap down. So for them in the stripes here, the blue and white stripes, quite a fetching kit, I must say. The convicts, as we've started to call them, up against the European champions of Dornbos and Hoppershek, as indeed also would like to get themselves not only some points, but equally a lap gain, so unlap themselves and get themselves into the top 5, which they would automatically do when they get this lap gain. They're going to get it, because it's a long old way before we get to our first intermediate sprint, which means that it is not as busy as you might think. And so our leaders are just about to tag on. Commissaire just having a look across the track here. He's got a perfect view just to see maybe 6-8 bike lengths that they've got right now, possibly a little more, but that's it's like ground rush. They're straight into the back of this group, and they're going to get their lap gain. That is handily done, very well done as well, with 50 laps remaining. So we have now 5 teams on the lead lap. How clever is that? By them, I mean. That was a piece of genius. We liked that. Super work. What about everybody else? Well, they've got work to do now. When suddenly you find yourself with a raft of rivals who've got you, they're still at the back just trying to embed themselves to make sure that they can make their way through and possibly just police the front of the field, which has now started to fracture, and off they go. 4 teams just trying to make a breakaway for it, and you can understand why they would do this, because they've just seen others start to clip at their ankles. Schalk and Veelman are part of this vanguard that's just kicked off, but being monitored by Kluger and Wiggins now. They've just gently turned on the pace. They've come back to this and decided that they're not going to give everything away on a day like today. Of course they're not. Have they got anything left to push into the gap? Let's wait and see. 3, 4 big teams at the front at the moment, including Hobbs's Noah and Henry. They're very much engaged. Also looking lively, Ricky Piccolo and Jamie Witcher. Piccolo and Richer, they sit just about mid-table at the moment. They're a lap down with no points to their name just for the time being in this endurance competition. But it's all kind of back together at the moment. Well, of those that did just gain a lap, which is still not entirely being acknowledged, I've got to say, we still wait for that. Only 2 now deemed to have made a lap. I suppose that as they've absorbed them from some others, that's kind of neutralised. So we have 2 on the lead lap with the rest of the field 1 or indeed more laps down. So we'll wait for those to get factored in a few moments' time. Some teams, of course, will find themselves getting cut adrift by the end of this one. Still, they battle and exchange, and we've got another drive going straight off the front. And of course, it's the Amash team of Noah Hobbs and Henry Hobbs. Well, there they go, absolutely brilliant. Hobbs very much, I think it's an old shoemaker, isn't it? Well, they're going hell for leather at the moment. And there we are. Was it Hobbs that used to make wooden impressions of people's feet? And you can go and say, oh no, it's the Lob. Henry Lob, beg your pardon. Meanwhile, talking about lobbing, nice hand exchange here. That is Noah receiving the hand sling there from Henry. Doing a fantastic job, and the speed that they've got is super impressive. On their case, Endeavour with Yuri Havoc, of course, but it's Phil Heinen that's doing the drive. They've also got company here. Will Tidball wants to come along for the ride. In fact, it's Josh Charlton. This is a very strong duo, and look at the sinuous exchange that they've got. That is proper alliances being formed here. So right now it is Havoc and Tidball with Heinen and Charlton just now resting up. Look at the exchange that they're making. We're just witnessing a little drive to get in at the back. Meanwhile, we've got this duo now just trying their best to pile into the rear of the pack here. Havoc doing a fantastic job. Likewise, indeed, Will Tidball. And now they make that exchange again. It's pairs of exchanges that are doing a fabulous job, and they just hit that blue line. Looking at the gap now, probably 8-10 bike lengths still, possibly a little bit less than that. Some resting riders just fizzing my eyes at the moment. And they're going to get into the back of this. 34 laps to go. So not that far away from an intermediate sprint. I don't think they're going to lay up for the sprint. I think they're going to take the lap and then possibly just move up. And, well, the way they're riding, don't be surprised if they're a feature of the sprint again. And they've made it. They have made it as declared. So they are in the main bunch on the track and coming up and over the top. This is fantastic. My goodness, this is Yuri Havoc. He's going for a double lapper here. You see it very occasionally. He's done one. He wants another one. Look at this. Away he goes. He's going for double lappage. I absolutely love this. Oh, my goodness. Nobody can keep up with him. When Yuri Havoc is in the mood, then you start playing some rather challenging music. Let's put it that way. I don't know. Are you a big band fan? I don't know. Well, blowing their own trumpet at the moment is Phil Heinen and Yuri Havoc. And in fact, it's Heinen right now. A double attack. You see it occasionally, but you've got to be brave. And Heinen thinks, you know what, this is madness. Up the track he goes. But what a statement, apart from anything else. Heinen then decides to join the pack and thinks, you know what, we're being chased here. This ain't gonna work. Nice exchanges as well rolling through here. Navis and Gilbeck keeping their noses clean. Meanwhile, out front, none other than Roger Kluger. Yeah, I mean, he may well be an old dog, but he's got a few new tricks up his sleeve as well. Just missed out on a medal. It's handed to in the World Track Championships. Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him. Santiago in Chile. Thought he got a bronze, which would have been amazing, but was handed to the Danes on countback after they realised that Denmark had actually gained a lap that hadn't been given to them. Who'd be a commissaire? Well, as it is, full gas cycling go for it, and it's Jules Hesters now. Well, if Havoc can do it, Hesters can as well. We've had Havoc and Hesters as a pairing in six-day racing in the past, and it's Hesters now that thinks, well, if Havoc can do it, I'll give it a go myself. Unfortunately for him, he's being marked out by Abus at the moment, and this is Will Perrott, who's actually doing a good job of policing matters. On his back is Hoppershek of Drop Brewing Company, as it stands. We have now 5 teams on the lead lap, so finally it did get adjusted and assessed for you. Those laps gained count for a lot. There's a few teams actually here who find themselves now more than 1 lap down, but we'll wait for confirmation of that a little bit later. But as it stands, it's a busy old time of things. Down the back straight they go again, and still this is to try and put out Jules Hester's fire that's been set out there. And it is the Europeans with Jana Dornbos who's doing the marking out here. European Madison champion, of course, Dornbos, likewise with Hoppershek. So they know how to ride these things and does a great job. Just enough power to put out the lights, as you say. Intermediate sprint coming next time by. Now this is going to be a big temptation. Now watch out here for Endeavour team. They're going to come up over the top here. They're being fought for this by Dornbos. And in fact, it's Hoppershek against Heinen, I believe. Let's have a look. 3-up sprint. Oh, Team 5 may well have got in there. Josh Charlton. We'll wait and see. It might well have been. It's going to have to be a photo. But I think Thread team with Josh Charlton just got up there to beat Endeavour. We'll get a confirmation of that in a few moments' time. We're just checking the slow motion, but what a finish that was. That was brilliant. What an intermediate sprint. And we're going to have another one in 9 laps time. Titbull and Charlton got up, so Team 5 beating Havoc and Heinen, who'd done so much work. Dornbos and Hoppershek. What a brilliant Madison chase we have got going on here. And still, the pace remains undiminished. This is fantastic. Big pickup now from Brookfield Properties with Alvaro Navas and Will Gilbank. And looking further back down here, still we've got 5 teams on the lead lap. Had to work hard for it. You had to come straight out of the box and go for it, but only 16 laps remaining of this Madison chase. This is going to be a dramatic finale because there's a few here that are very close at hand points-wise overall. 5, 3, 2 and 1 point. 1 point go to Szuzlowski and Augustin. Still find themselves a lap down Team 9, which is a bit unkind because they've done an awful lot of work out there. But you know what? Fortune favours the brave, and indeed those who went off early. In fact, in both chases, the teams that went out first stole the lap. They did. Let's see who indeed, if anyone can take a late lap gain, but with 14 laps to go, I don't think that's going to happen. Well, let's have a look. Points up for grabs then. Waiting to see the full assembly of points at the end of the day, but points do mean prizes if you happen to be on the lead lap. And so it is that this is going to get busy. And guess what? Full gas cycling, again with Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood, are getting more than busy at the moment. They're being traced and marked out by Colnagos, Roger Kluger and Ben Wiggins. Ben Wiggins has really grown into the role. He's done a fantastic job. And in fact, Roger Kluger and he seem to be a great pairing. And indeed, Ben Wiggins, having ridden with Yuri Havik last year, now with Kluger, I mean, what a schooling he is getting. And guess what? It's Havik, the aforementioned, who's gone off up the road. He's got company of Dornbos now after the exchange. In fact, it is Hoppershek versus Havik right now. Ow! Gosh! Nice take there, I've got to say, by the Drop Project boys. Hoppershek just got up there to beat Havik at the line. They made the later exchange, and so it was that Hoppershek had the fresher legs to make that delivery, and we like that. That was absolutely superb. And to beat Havoc in his own game, you've got to be very good indeed. Full Gas Cycling, Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood now just circulating nicely. Meanwhile, Team Black here, Black 9 Personal Bike Fit, Shujalarski and Augustine, getting in the vanguard again. They're a lap down. They've only got 2 points. They need more. Maybe they'll get some on this final sprint. 7 laps to go before we get there. 6 next time by. And this will draw tonight's opening phase of the London 3 to a close. It's been great to have your company, by the way. Thank you for tuning in on this YouTube live cast. Nice exchanges going down, I've got to say. Good work by Endeavour with Havoc and Heinen. Still, we work it. And it's the usual favourites, it seems, coming to the fore. Hobbs, Noah and Henry look actually like they were mustered to do something, but it looks like it's going to come to a final sprint unless somebody can just break away and own that sprint from distance, but not for now. Well, we've kind of had a grading, really, haven't we, of the grades. They attack the line once more. Nice little drop in. It's going to be Roger Kluger that gets sent in here with 3 laps to go. Keep an eye on him, actually, because he's got a great deal of endurance at moments like this. And it looks like there might be one. Is there going to be one exchange left from them? I don't think so. Roger Kluger looks like he's going to be the man to finish it off. He goes onto the blue line. Piling around. Bell next time by with Full Gas Cycling up there with the Europeans. Roger Kluger in wheel 4 at the moment, and Yuri Havoc picks it up. Now Havoc just drops down. He's coming up to the blue line. He's coming up and over the top. It's 10 points. They're going to go to Havoc surely. Big response going on as well here from Ollie Wood down on the inside. Havoc's going to get this. Havoc takes it. Brilliant work by him. Dawn Boss for team number 3 from the Dot Project Brewing Company. Also very much in the frame, but that was fantastic. 10 points there, Havoc and Heinen. Dornbos and Hoppershek getting 6. Hesters and Wood get 4. Kluger and Wiggins pick up 2 more points as well. Big assembly. Big old night of racing we've had here as well at the Lee Valley Velodrome. It is fantastic. The Lee Valley Velo Park and other sports as well in the locale. But this absolutely beautiful facility, of course, built for the London Olympics of 2012. Well, it is our playground now. 2 more great days of racing. Busy schedule for you tomorrow. Of course, we will be on just a little bit earlier tomorrow, got to tell you. We'll be live with you from midday. We will have 2 sessions indeed, a morning and an afternoon for you. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. So session 2 tomorrow will go from 12 o'clock. Plenty of action for you. The second session, the evening session, will start at 6 as we did today. And then on Sunday, a reminder that we will be starting at midday. Midday, there we are. In fact, I beg your pardon, 1 o'clock. 1300. See the clocks, they've changed in my mind. Doors open at midday, so come and say hello. That'd be good to see you. My name's Carlton Kirby. Thank you so much, by the way, for staying with us today. It's been a super day of racing. We've had another great win at the Madison here, and I've got to say, when Yuri Havoc is on track, then it's havoc for everybody else. This is how it stacks up. Havoc and Heinen, 92 points now, 20 clear of Hesters and Wood, who are a lap down. Heinen and Havoc, they worked so hard to get their laps. They picked the right alliances as well. Hesters and Wood are a lap down on 72 points. 68, 66, 64, all a lap down. Kluger, Wiggins, Tidwell, Charlton, Dornbos and Hoppershak Then a 14-point gap to Perrott and Bostock. That'll be closed, I'm sure. The Hobbses are indeed at 29 points, but a lap down. And then Sugarlarski and Augustin start the 2 laps down roster. Well, thank you so much for your company. My name's Carlton Kirby. Hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. The second session will start at midday tomorrow, UK time. That's GMT, by the way, if you're measuring it elsewhere. The early afternoon session, there will be an evening session from 1800, so 6 p.m. GMT. And of course, on Sunday, we will start proceedings at 1300 GMT.
Waiting for this moment all day. When I met you guys earlier and I introduced myself, you said, oh, you're going to be seeing us a lot this weekend. Very cocky with wanting to win. And here we are, finally. How are you feeling?
Quite good after last week, so we started good today.
Absolutely. Do you want to talk about that? No. Vito.
I'm feeling tired. We are out of Chile, of the world. We have jet lag and I have a young baby. But still, the shape was good enough to win.
Representing, I'm sure everyone at home is very proud of you as well. Thank you so much.
But anyway, so I'm not normally like this at all. Yeah, but